Hey guys and gals out there. This is Podcast of the Wicked. I am Bill.
Metal Rose.
And this is our first ever live stream. We wanted to get on here tonight and talk about John Schaefer. For those of you who do not know, John Schaefer received his pardon today, or at
Hell
least late
yeah.
last night, or whenever. All I know is I found out today through Gene. He messaged me and let me know and everything. So that is really cool. And so what I wanted to do was down here up here in the comments you'll see a live stream link. If you click on that link and follow the instructions, you can actually come on camera with us if there's something that you want to say or whatever. You're free
Yeah.
to join us. The more the merrier. I think I can have up either like 6 to 10 people on here or something at a time. So
Rock on.
just let us know, and we'll be glad to let you join. But yeah, this is a glorious day, and I'll let Rose do some talking.
Oh my goodness. So I got my message at 9:02 a.m. I just looked at the time. Not to be crazy, not to be a psycho. But I got my message at 9:02 a.m. from John. And then I also got a message. What time did Daria message me? I saw hers first. I saw Daria messaged me early this morning at 9:29, so a little after John had messaged me. And then my friend Tiffany messaged me the screenshot of Daria writing in the John Schaefer. See, I think it's Saving John Schaefer's Legacy, music legacy group. So I knew right away as soon as I woke up, and I'm just pumped and going wacky.
Awesome. Oh, welcome, John. How you
Hi,
doing, man?
John.
Hi, yourself. I'm in the car with my nephew. He's
Oh,
driving
that's cool.
now.
Okay. It's cool that
Yes,
you're on
Robert. This
though.
is actually live.
Yep, I've
Yeah,
been
well,
going live. I've been going live with Metal Ben a lot too.
Nice.
how do we connect people to the direct live stream? Do you have the link for
Yeah.
that?
Right there. If you you have to see it on. Well, I don't know if you
No,
can
no, no,
see it.
no. How do I direct people to the live YouTube link? Should I just get
Go
on podcast?
It should be on Podcasts of Stone. I posted the link on there, but I can
Okay.
but if they there's good they could get it from
Okay.
there.
All right, because I'm just gonna pop it up in all of my on all of my socials as well.
Oh, okay.
Just to make it easy on everybody so they know where we're at.
I was gonna
Um,
say, what's that other one? Is it Iced Earth Army or something, whatever it is? That other one that
yeah,
I think
I
I
think
think that's
so.
the
There's a
name of it.
bunch of I'm in a bunch of Iced Earth groups
Yeah.
actually.
Me too.
How you doing, Robert? I don't know, this
Hey,
topic might
Robert.
be kinda out of your league here. Not that you're not welcome. It's just that we're talking about John Schaefer of Iced Earth, who got his Jan 6 pardon today.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so crazy. I still can't believe this. Can't believe we're living in this time. I 4 years ago, I thought that was it. I was like,
I know, right?
"Oh no,"
Yep.
and now today, we're pretty much seeing the long wait, the process over. It's just
Yeah.
a really great feeling.
Well, the thing I wanted to say was I know there's some people out there who are still kind of on the fence about all this. And I
Yeah.
get where they're coming from, right?
Sure.
Some people are like, John, well, he ruined his legacy and all that. And, Iced Earth is done no matter, his pardon or whatever it is. And I mean, I hate to say this, and they have a right to feel the way they want to feel.
Sure.
And there's nothing wrong with that. My whole thing is that with this pardon, what that does is let John have a second chance at a second
Yeah.
career if he wants it, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And uh you know, who says that John won't put out new music? You know, and maybe it
Yeah.
won't be under Ice Earth. It could be under John Schaefer's Purgatory or John Schaefer, or
Yeah.
he could do another
remember
Schaefer Barlow project, or work with like Gene or some
They're
other
having a
guy.
new, they're coming with a new CD soon.
Yeah, sure. Hey, John, if you're
They had
interacting
a lot of
with
dads
us,
in there.
that's cool. But if you're like chatting with other people,
Yeah.
just mute it for when you're chatting.
Their names later. They up on their codes.
Sorry.
It's all right.
It also means, you know, that John can travel, like, you know, out of the country. John can, you know, interstate travel without any kind of like, you know, nonsense where he has to check in somewhere. It means that
I'm on a
maybe
live stream right now.
if he just wants
I'm
to
with my
retire,
friends from.
he can retire in peace.
Yeah, we're talking about John Schaefer.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I have my headphones on. How you guys been?
Doing all right.
Yeah, we're doing great.
What's wrong with it? Down anyway.
So how you feeling today, John?
Good.
What are you thinking about John's pardon? Did you hear me, John? I don't know if we fully have him. Do you think we fully have him? I don't know if he can hear us.
Yeah, he might be having.
I hear you.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Why have we had
So
that
how you-
spot?
Okay. So how do you feel about John's pardon, man?
I'm happy.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are.
Yeah, we really
Because-
are.
John Schaefer got me. His music got me through a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So
My mom passing and all that.
So I'm gonna take a little thing here and kind of introduce y'all guys on how I found Ice Earth and what Ice Earth means.
Yeah, I
to
would love
me.
to hear that story.
And so that way, if John Schaefer may actually be watching or something, or comes across his video, you know, it'd be cool or whatever. But anyway, so back around 2000, it was, I don't remember if it was before 9/11 or after 9/11, but I know it was in like 2001. Around that time, that was
Hey,
back
John, is
when
there
metal.
anything you can do about that feedback in the background? Because it's really distracting.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not trying to be mean.
My nephew's listening to music.
Oh, do you think would he be okay with turning it down since you're on a podcast, or do you want to just
Okay.
listen? Just because,
I was listening. I want to get home to listen. You guys get on, okay?
yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of hard. Maybe you should get off for now because it's kind of hard to hear anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Don't hate me. I love you. Sorry.
Yeah. No, we're cool. Come back, bud, when you get home, and we'll
Yeah,
we'll graduate you
exactly.
back on.
But
But anyway, so going back to my story, so it was around that time, and that was back when Metal Edge, and I think it was Metal Maniacs, those two hard rock magazines that were kind of going strong at the time, and they kept advertising this full page article of this band called Iced Earth, and they had the album Horror Show, right?
yeah,
And every time I saw that, I was like, man, that is like one of the most kick-ass album covers I've seen in a long time. And so I finally said, you know what? Next time I'm in the record store, I'm gonna go and see if I can find that album. Well, long story short, I was working on a job in North Carolina and had a day off, and they had a mall nearby. So I go in there, and they had this independent record store. And the one thing I always liked about independent record stores were a lot of them have, like, you know, you would have like your music, and then they would have like your metal section. They didn't put it under like popular music. They had their
Yeah.
own metal section. And so I get to going down, looking, get to the H's, boom. There it is. Iced Earth, right?
Yeah.
And since it was a new release, they had it first. So I picked it up. Of course, I was going to get it. And then I got the thumbing through, and I think they might have had like Dark Saga and maybe another one or something. I couldn't remember which one it was, but anyway, I saw Something Wicked, and I liked the album cover of that, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna grab these two. So I got both of those at the same time. And it was funny, back in the day, I still carried around a Discman. And
I love
so
that.
I had my Discman with me because actually my father was with me at the mall. He wanted to go in. I think they might have had a Sears or something there, and he wanted to go in there and look around. And so I told him, I said, when I get done, I'm going back to the car. So I went back to the car. I had my Discman on me, and I opened up a Horror Show and put the disc in and hit play. And from that day on, I was hooked.
Oh, that's so cool.
And then I listened to the album. Then I listened to the interview that came, because I had the 2-disc version that had come with the interview. So I listened to that. And I think later on that night, or later on that evening, when I was actually back at the hotel or whatever, and I put in Something Wicked and listened to that album, and I loved them both. And from that day on, I was just hooked on Iced Earth, and I had to get like everything I could. And I think it was like, I don't know, it might have been a few weeks later, I wound up picking up, I think it was Dark Saga and the first album.
Nice.
And it just went from there. And then I was able to pick up a few of their albums on vinyl. The first album I ever bought of Iced Earth on vinyl was Horror Show.
So awesome.
And so yeah, so I mean, it's been, but the funny thing about it is, like, if you watch the interview here that we did with Gene here last week,
Yeah.
me and Gene have been friends now for a while, and I told Gene a long time ago. I said, the Lord works in the Lord works in ways we don't understand. I said, I said, he took Iced Earth and used that as a tool to me leading to Podcast and Stone, to where I could actually get in touch with Eugene, and we start talking and become really good friends.
Yeah.
And we've had a good friendship and everything ever since, and whatever. So like I said, I mean, he took something that was, you probably wouldn't normal, and turn that into something that's awesome. And so yeah, I mean, it's cool, but I'm gonna let Rose talk a little bit, and then I'll come back and kind of tell you like what Iced Earth really means to me and everything. So
well, I've told the story like a bunch of times at this point. Like I got into Iced Earth with like the last album, which is Incorruptible, and then from there, Metal Dave, who I do like, the podcast like on my channel, like on occasion, like if we have an emergency broadcast or something, he took me to see Demons and Wizards, and it was just so incredible. And I'm going to sound like a total weirdo now, like, because I put the story out there. I don't know if I told this story on the podcast or not, but when we went to the Demons and Wizards show, I found a single rose on the ground. All these people just walking, and they're like trampling, and it doesn't matter, what's going on. Like, they're not paying any attention. But I found this single rose on the ground before I entered the PlayStation Theater for the Demons and Wizards concert. And I was, pretty stunned by it. And I said, God, this means something. This has got to mean something. I took a picture with the rose and everything. I look all happy in the picture. But really, what it ended up meaning was that this was like a full-on destiny for me. Like I became like the leader of the, Free John Schaefer movement as soon as I heard what was going on. And like, it's like, I feel like I came in at exactly the right time. I know it was late, but I was just getting into his music and I was like, no, like there's no way he did something like, that bad when he went there. Cause I knew people who had gone to the Capitol that day who also really didn't do anything, but were getting charged with like a lot of nonsense. So
Yeah.
I don't know, I just had the benefit of the doubt for the guy. And there was like an instinctual feeling like he was a good person and I really needed to work on all of this for him. And I knew some of his, old bandmates and stuff like Richard Christie and, I knew, Ripper Owens and stuff, and they've always been so nice to me. And I just figured, I mean, if all these kind people are in his circle, how could he be this monster that they're portraying in the media? And I had to know more. And then I just kept exploring and exploring. And I found the footage of him in the Capitol building. I found all of this information. I found all these different court transcripts, and everything that the court transcripts said, the media they just weren't even talking about it. So like, I was like, okay, somebody needs to speak out about this. Somebody needs to rally the actual Iced Earth fans together. And, I started kind of like getting pissed off at a lot of people on the Iced Earth page and, telling people to get the hell off the page and stuff like that. I got very passionate about it, and I got to know a lot of amazing people through the community as well. And boy, it's been a ride, but it's been a great one. And I'm so proud that we are here today, able to say that, this wonderful man that brought us all together is finally free.
Yep.
It's just incredible to me. So sorry if I rambled, but I hope that was.
No, you're cool. And for those of you who wonder, yes, that is a horror show poster on my wall back there. Right.
And for those of you wondering, this is an Iced Earth sweatshirt.
You know what's funny? I actually have that same sweatshirt. That's the one I was telling Gene about the other day.
It's so awesome.
Yep.
It's so warm too.
But speaking of that, what you was just talking about with the Capitol and everything, right? I was watching it. It's funny how this happened, but the other day, it was either yesterday or the day before yesterday, I was watching this video on YouTube. And the guy that was in the Capitol, you know the guy that had on like the full body suit that had like the horns and everything on, had his face painted up.
Jacob Chansley, yes.
Yeah. Well, he was on a podcast and he was talking about how, because he had just got pardoned and everything, and he was talking about like, he says, yeah, you see me walking around in the Capitol. He says, but what people don't realize I was in there trying to get people to get out and tell them they need to go home and everything. And he said they charged him with a bunch of damn stuff that he didn't even do.
I know.
And that was the thing. And I actually heard that there were some like people who were outside that never even got into the Capitol, and they arrested him and charged him with a bunch of crazy ass charges and stuff for stuff that people didn't even do. Yeah. And I'm sitting here thinking like, this shit's crazy. And it was like, so, a lot of people can sit here and they can condemn John for going to the Capitol and everything. But I mean, it's not like he done some kind of atrocious thing. Like if he had actually hurt somebody real bad or beat somebody up and they died or something like that,
I know.
I wouldn't even be on here. I wouldn't even
Me
be
either.
like, I would be like, he got what he deserved. Right.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But he didn't actually do anything.
No.
And, here's the funny thing. People will sit here and condemn John Schaefer for what he done at the Capitol, but they'll go out here and listen to Motley Crue knowing that Vince Neil killed somebody back in the 80s drinking and driving. You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever seen any of the footage of him inside the Capitol?
No, I've only seen pictures.
So I've seen pictures. Now I don't really know what's going on because there's no audio here, right? But there's a portion where he's there and these guys look like they're charging toward the police. And John's not pushing them toward the police. He's going like this. He's grabbing them back. And then he yelled at the cops a little bit. But from what I see, he saved police officers from some type of attack that day. That's what now, I don't know what that footage actually shows, so I don't want to get held to some kind of like, oh, that's not true. That's what I see. And I'll have to find the footage again because, a couple of friends and I were like looking it over and we're like, I don't know. And if you listen to the article that I read yesterday from the Republic, now I don't know how accurate they are because they didn't really, the article is so like, it's so stupid because the main picture is of John Schaefer, but and they're talking about capital violence. And then, these guys, there's like these two other guys from the area that they're from the Indiana area that they're talking about. And they're like, these guys were beating cops with poles and shoving these people and doing that. And I'm like, so why aren't their pictures the main photo here?
I know, right?
Because they got a money shot of a famous person, and it's just sickening. The journalism is ridiculous, and
you know what's funny?
Like it makes me think about that Jeffrey Toobin controversy where he was being inappropriate on that webcam, and I just keep thinking of Ben Shapiro when I see it, and I'm like, they're journalisming everywhere.
Yeah.
Journalism. Sorry.
And the funny thing about that picture they got of John, right? I've seen like stupider looking pictures on memes and stuff, and they want to use that picture and make him out to be some kind of bad guy, right?
Yeah,
I'm like, I've seen have you seen those memes where you see the two women sitting at the chair and he got the little cat beside it? That looks worse than what John Schaefer done, right? But I mean, they use it as a meme and people think those are funny. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's like ridiculous.
Yes.
And so I'm fixing to go down a road here that some people may not agree with, but I'm going to do it. Okay. And for purposes of not wanting to get a strike on this channel, so there's some things I can say and can't say about the 2020 election. So
yeah,
you just have to bear with me.
Dance around it and give code.
Because if you actually say something about it being the S word,
yes,
they will flag your channel. Believe me, I know because I've talked about this before.
Compromised. Hi, John. Yeah. There you are. I'm sorry about that. It was just the noise in the background.
Okay.
I love you, man.
So
I was in the car.
Yeah,
that's all right, buddy. Hey, we get it, man. So here's the thing, right? Okay, so if you listen to a lot of people that talked about January 6th that were actually there and actually participated in that, right?
Yes.
A lot of people would tell you in their hearts they believed that the 2020 election was, let's just say, unfair. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to use a decent word here. Okay. Right. And to them, and still to this day, a lot of people would tell you in those people, and I wasn't even there, and I'll tell you that I just think that election was unfair. Okay. Yeah. Now, here's what I want to say. I think a lot of those people got duped by the media. Yeah. And I blame the media a lot more than I do anybody else in this, because I want to tell y'all something, okay? If this was a free and fair election in 2020, okay?
Yes.
Then why did the media for 4 years try to make Biden out to be somebody that he wasn't? Okay. Everybody knew that the guy was wandering around aimlessly. The guy was incognito. He could barely put 3 sentences. I mean, I've seen Ozzy put more sentences together than Joe Biden, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's saying a lot. Okay. And so the liberal media hid all this stuff about Biden. Okay. Yep. So you want to know what really sealed my definitions of how I think the election was unfair? When you go watch that debate with him and Donald Trump here right before the election, before he basically bowed out and Kamala Harris started running for president. Okay. Yeah. If you see that thing, that'll prove to you right there that the 2020 election was unfair, because there's no way in hell this dude won that election. Okay. And I'm going to say something. If you can go back and find it, I watched this literally on TV. Now I know that there's people out here who deliver mail for the U.S. Postal Service.
Mhm.
Sometimes they do
Yeah.
use their regular vehicles, okay? Because I know I've seen mail ladies pull up at my yard, put mail in the mailbox, driving their own personal vehicle.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they do. They do.
Okay.
They have that. Mhm.
All right. But I would think if you're gonna deliver ballots for an election to a polling place, you would send those in a United States Postal Service van or car or
Yep.
whatever it is. Get out with boxes that says United States Postal Service on it and take them into the polling place, right?
Yep.
I literally watched people pull up in like unmarked white like vans or whatever it is, and they would literally take like I seen one guy pull up and pull a wagon out, like one of those red flyer wagons or something, had ballots in it, and took it into the polling place and dropped them off. Right now, I don't know about you guys, but I don't think the United States Postal Service would do that. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
not
I
saying they
know.
wouldn't. I don't know, but it just looked awful weird to me. Okay,
It does.
first of all, right? Okay, if you go back and you watch that election, every time Donald Trump had a lead on Joe Biden, they would say, "Well, this race is too close to call. This race is too close to call," or whatever. And he
Yep.
would be blowing them out in some states, right?
Yep.
And then as soon as Biden would get like 1 point or maybe 2 points ahead of him, they would call it, right?
Can I actually interject something?
Yeah, go ahead.
My dead father got a ballot at an address he was like we're not even living at the old address anymore.
Yeah.
An address like he didn't even live in because I guess my mother lives there or whatever. So like my dead father got a ballot. Just a side note, like that's just my story. I also got 3 ballots.
Damn.
I got 3 of them. I used to be a Democrat. I got 2 under my maiden name and 1 under my married name. And I'm not married anymore, but like I maintained the married name for my son for a while. Going back to the maiden name eventually, but like I still have the married name. But I got 3 ballots.
Yeah.
3 of
That's
them.
weird.
Hey, Robert, are you still here? The reason why I asked is my friend Robert, right? He told me he went to the actual polling place and voted, and then later on got a message on his phone saying, "Thank you for sending in your mail-in ballot."
This year?
No, when he back in the 2020 election or whatever.
I see.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, right. And I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, but I told somebody now when I die and I vote, make sure I vote Republican. Okay. Yeah. Because
my friend used to sent me a meme back in the day, and it was just like
Yeah.
washed up gravestones, like in the
Yeah.
like, and then like it was like 2020 voters.
Yeah.
Hey, Rose.
Yes.
Look like I had the OG USA issue of the first Ice Girl.
Oh, rock on.
You know, I used to have that album somewhere, and I can't find it nowhere. I think I let my cousin borrow it and I never got it back.
When I was talking about elections and all that, when my mom passed away, I was worried that she would be part of it.
What's that?
How they always say that Democrats always use dead people to vote.
Yeah.
They
I had
do.
fun. My late sister Carol, when she passed away in 2020 from heart failure, she was in the Democratic magazine newsletter.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's but and the whole thing is right, like I told people before, you're not wrong for thinking that. And I know people are gonna I know people would like sit there and be like, well, you know, you think however you want to think or whatever. Fine. I can think however I want to think. If I want to sit here and think and tell you that I think that the 2020 election was unfair, I'm gonna tell you that. I don't care what anybody says, right? I
think it was
just
rigged.
saw too much much stuff to make me believe that it was fair.
It wasn't.
And like I said, the media didn't help the situation none, right? Okay. They were just sticking it to Donald Trump
They were.
any way they could. And
were.
like those people that went to the Capitol that day, I can't blame them. And I know, and you know, and here's the thing, right? If that would have been me, I probably would have done the same thing. And I've told people, right? Like, okay, I'm a little old podcaster that nobody's ever heard of or whatever it is. But I've told people, I said, they would not want me sitting at one of those tables on like CNN or something like that right there, because I'm gonna tell you what, I would get thrown out the studio, because I am honest and I will tell you what I think, and I do not care what anybody thinks. And
Exactly.
I know a
Yeah.
lot of you know, I always tell people, you know, being from the South, and this is no cut to anybody, but I've lived in New York and I've heard it before, right? There's people that live up north that think Southerners are ignorant, stupid,
Yes.
and inbred.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You're not wrong.
And right.
Mhm.
Okay. And I've heard that myself.
I think
But when
Southerners are real men, like the men anyway. Sorry.
And oh, that's fine. No, and anyway, right? But when I would get to talking to people, they would look at me like, okay, this motherfucker's not stupid. He's actually educated, right? He knows what the fuck he's talking about. Like, if you'll sit down and like, if you've ever like heard me like talk about history and stuff like that, you'll be surprised at like how knowledgeable I am. Like I told somebody a long time ago, I said I wanted to be a history teacher back in the day, right? So I used to read a lot of books and stuff like that right there. And I'll tell people, so you'll be surprised at the history that they have it written one way in your textbooks, but it's not the same way when you go to reading books about shit that actually really happened. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll give you an example. Like some people will dog me because I have a Confederate flag, right? Okay, here's my thing. I am not racist. I've never been racist. And I have black people in my family. Hell, my grandfather was half Cherokee. Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've stood up and fought for Native American rights plenty of times, right?
As you should.
and my thing is like, right? So the whole thing is like, you will be surprised at what you'll find out if you actually go out and read it and study it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I tell people, you know what the problem with people is nowadays? They won't go and buy. You can go on Amazon and you can buy those pocket versions, or you can buy the 6x9. They're not real thick. You can buy a book with the Constitution in it, the Bill of Rights, the Articles of Confederacy, and other stuff in it, and it's cheap. You can go out and buy it, and read it, and actually sit down and read. Sorry, guys.
No, it's okay. I'm multitasking. I have like 1,000 messages. I'm telling you right now, I can't escape.
But you can actually go, if you actually go out and read the Constitution for yourself, you will actually see that a lot of this stuff that they'll be talking about is like BS, because you've actually got it right there in front of your face, and you're like, oh, this is what it says. They're trying to tell me on TV that it says something else. And I've been sitting here believing them for this long because that's what I thought it was. But look at it. I got it right here in my hand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I tell people. If you want to know what the Constitution says, go buy you a book that has the Constitution in it.
Oh yes.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, so again, like I said earlier, and you may have missed this part, John. I don't know if you was watching this while you were still driving or whatever. I was saying that, you know, there's people out here who will condemn John and still to this day and probably forever for what he done at the Capitol. But these same people might actually enjoy hair metal, but will go out here and listen to Motley Crue
Ugh.
knowing that Vince Neil killed somebody back in the 80s drinking and
It
driving.
goes even further than that. There's so many people that like beat their wives, and everybody
I know,
listens
that's
to
what I'm saying.
music, and like it's like, and there's just so many heinous music. Like I love musicians. Don't get me wrong, but there's so many like heinous, like disgusting musicians out there that have done like terrible things, and like they're like high up in the ranks. You know what I'm saying? And, like then John Schaefer points an angry finger and gets a little carried away. And and it's not even like I don't know if he really got carried away. I don't know. Like, did he? But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like, it's not like he was killing people or shooting people or getting behind a wheel, like you said, drunk and ruining somebody's life permanently by killing them by accident. Like, I forgive Vince Neil. Like, people make mistakes, but it's still crappy,
Yeah. I mean, and the only punishment he got was 30 days in jail. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying?
That's what he got.
And still one of the biggest rock stars to this day.
I know. And he can't even sing anymore.
I know. And he's like fat and bloated and overweight and all that good shit. But anyway, I mean, I ain't got no reason. I ain't got no way to talk, but still. Anyway, but the whole thing about it is, right, like I said, I mean, you just look at all these egregious acts that some of these other people have done. And it was funny. I heard somebody here the other day talking about, you remember here a little while back when that whole thing with David Ellison come out and he basically got kicked out of Megadeth. Yeah. Somebody come up and said, if that would have been the 80s, they would have just said, oh, that's metal. You know what I'm saying?
And it really wasn't even that big of a deal. Like, no, so what? He had a private conversation with somebody that was of age. She was underage when he met him, but like not by that much, in my opinion. Like, I'm not trying to be like whatever, but like, the age of consent in like this country, 16, and she was certainly at that age. And I know in the country she was in, it must have been, I think it's younger. I think the age of consent was like 15 or something like that, or 14. So, but she was of age at the time. She got excited. She sent her stupid friend of Dave Ellefson journalisming all over the place, and then ended up on the internet. I've seen that video, actually.
That's crazy.
I seen it, and it's not even like, I'll just put it this way, not that like I'm like looking for this type of stuff, but it was Dave Ellefson. I was like, let's see what this situation really is, because with everything I got to see it for myself, and I'm like, this isn't even that bad. Like, it's not great. Like, I'm not like, I was kind of grossed out looking at it, but I was like, this is not that bad, guys. Like, and then I thought Dave Mustaine overreacted too, but you have to understand he's got a daughter, and he's Christian, and Ellefson's real Christian too. So I don't know, maybe he just didn't feel comfortable after that, which is fine. But the other people, like, really, are we really gonna hold this against Dave Ellefson forever? That's so stupid.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But like I said, fast forward 3 or 4 decades, and they would have been, oh, that's just metal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and that's the thing. So, but you think about it now, you got all the social media, and everybody's in everybody's face nowadays, and you can't even sneeze hardly today without somebody knowing it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and talk, John. We're kind of drowning you out a little bit, but
that's okay.
What do you mean to, man?
Look at Lenny, a Motorhead.
Yeah.
He had a small world. He didn't know how many kids he has.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, Lemmy lived in a, Lemmy was like, also like constant. Like, I love Lemmy. I did my first shot of Jack Daniels. I don't know why I said Jameson. I did my first shot of Jack Daniels ever with Lemmy when I was on tour with Heaven and Hell and Motorhead and
whoa.
Race. Yeah, I didn't even know what I was. I feel so. It's embarrassing. I didn't know what I was doing. It was with Dio. It was with Ronnie James Dio and with Lemmy. And like Dio was
wow.
Like, he was like, "Come here, dear, have a shot with us."
Nice.
So, and I was like, okay. And then I was like, and like after the tour, I go, oh yeah, like I did a shot with Lemmy and like Dio. I did a bunch of things, but that was one of the things. And people were like, "What?"
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. that's just like,
not trying to brag. I guess it was bragging.
no. Well, I mean, that's like me. You'll be surprised at how many times I've stood at the bar and had a beer with Eric Adams of Manowar.
No, that's amazing.
I
Oh my
mean,
god, I
you
know
know what
Ross
I'm
the Boss. Ross the
Yep.
Boss and I like have some awesome political discussions. He's probably thrilled about what's going on with John
Yeah.
today.
So
I know Jack Starr. You know who's a big fan of Ice Surf also? Jack Starr.
yeah, I
Oh.
think so, yeah. But but like I was saying, I mean, so I hope that I hope John does something here soon. I hope he puts some
Oh,
new
yes.
music out or whatever it is. I hope that he shows everybody that, hey, look, I went through all this shit. I'm still here. I'm still kicking ass. I'm still writing music and everything. And I just want to have a second chance. And I think he deserves that.
When I hung out with Brent Smedley a couple years back, we were talking about everything and how ridiculous and how overblown it all was getting. And Brent was like, "Well, I'm not saying anything about this." Because I think that's the best thing to do. Like, I'm not going to talk to the media. I'm not going to quit. I'm not saying anything. But when we were talking about, oh, hopefully John will make it back and stuff. I was having him sign my Demons and Wizards vinyl. And he was looking at it and he was looking at the picture of John and Hansi and he goes, if anybody could make a comeback, it would be John. Like he literally said that to us. And I was like, that made me feel so good to hear, and
Sorry.
Brent never Brent never lost faith in John. And I hope that Brent has always been so pro John, I don't know about the rest of the band, but I know Brent was, he's there for him, man.
Yeah.
He cares about him a lot, and
Yeah.
he wouldn't abandon the guy, so.
Before I forget.
And he was one of the guys.
What was that, John? Before you forget?
When I was talking to Metal Ben,
okay.
He said he'll be a good singer for Ice Stir when he returns. He said you. I saw one of your videos.
That would be awesome.
Ice Earth returns with a chick vocalist. That'd be cool. Hey, you never know. I mean, I've seen it done and seen it work. I'm telling you.
I don't know. I mean, I was more of a man about this than Stu was. I love Stu. Don't get me wrong. I love everybody. I love them all.
Is Stu still friends with John Schaefer or?
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know.
Well, my friends are.
From what I get, I don't think anybody harbors any ill will.
Yeah.
Towards John, I just think they all felt like they had to do what they had to do, and
yeah,
whether people.
They were all afraid, look, Luke doesn't seem to have any animosity toward John. My bass player takes lessons from him, and he gave us all the Iced Earth tabs, and he does Luke does a show on occasion on his
Twitch.
It's not that. It's what is that stupid? It's like a gamer channel type thing.
Twitch. It's called Twitch.
Yeah, I think it's
no,
Twitch.
it's not that. It's I forget the name of the damn thing. It's not Discord. It's the other one. I can go right to Luke's page and just find it. But he does a show, and he did Watching Over Me, and he said I got to rip the band off, the Band-Aid off at some point, and then he just started singing Watching Over Me, and then did it on the guitar and everything, and it was awesome. And
I love that song.
Yeah, no, and he knows a lot of John's guitar parts too. So Twitch, you were right. It was Twitch. I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
It happens.
No, there's so many out there that that you just don't, that's hard to keep up with all that stuff.
Yeah, because it's not.
But
Sorry,
no,
it's not
I mean,
games.
I don't know. I've always kind of felt like that people like jump to conclusions way too early before they
Oh yeah.
They
found out
certainly do.
everything, the truth and everything. And like I said, I mean, again, a lot of that, and if you hear, and here's what makes it all funny. Talking on that podcast I was telling you about a while ago, about with the guy on it. They destroyed all that January 6th evidence, all that all the videos and all that stuff. The
I
committee
didn't
and
know
stuff
that.
did. Who is guilty here, right? That why are you destroying all this fucking evidence?
It's so crazy.
If January 6th was so bad and the government didn't have a hand in it, then why are you doing all this? It's just like when Hillary Clinton
Glitches.
sat there and deleted all those emails. If you're not guilty, why are you deleting emails? You see what I'm saying?
Crazy.
So
So the
nuts.
whole thing that gets me, right, is like you're doing all this and you can't just tell me, oh well, we're just getting rid of the files because we don't need them no more. Bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Bullshit. I call
Glitches.
bullshit on it. You're hiding something.
Absolutely.
So, like I said, all of this stuff. I'm gonna tell y'all something, and I was gonna say this earlier, and I didn't think about it. Let's role reverse this. Let's say that was John, and he had went to the BLM riots, right? And let's say he was out there, doing some stuff. You know what? They would have hailed him as a hero.
Yeah, they would have.
Oh yeah.
Because they didn't do anything to those people that participated in those BML riots.
Well,
They even like Kamala Harris and some of the people actually bailed some of them people out of jail that got arrested.
I mean, if he was pro the jab and pro mask and pro all of that stuff, everybody would have been like, yeah, we love him. It was just all virtue.
Yeah.
It was just all virtue signaling. It's like if you were okay with wearing a mask, like, you were virtue signaling to people too. It was really disgusting. I had a mask that I wore and it said F Phil Murphy, which is my governor.
Yeah.
And people, when I was wearing it, people would laugh and stuff.
I had Demon's and Wizard one. I had Demon's and Wizard one.
It kind of made me laugh. It made me laugh though, because I remember it's like, why are there masks on the Iced Earth merch site? And then John, I mean, I guess it's a marketing opportunity, but I just remember John being like, if you want to wear a diaper on your face.
Yeah.
That's why anytime I look at those masks on the merch site, I just think that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want
Oh my
that.
God.
No,
I got
cool.
I got custom made years ago.
Oh, that's so
It was
cool.
custom.
Nice.
My favorite artwork too.
That is, it's the one it's the John Boy Myers one, right?
Yes, I love that book.
I love the shit out of that book. I got that book twice. I got both covers. If I had known there was an explicit cover, I would have gotten that over.
Oh my!
I was like,
Nice.
no. And now they only have the censored one.
Yeah.
That Christmas CD. If you look in the booklets, my name's in it.
Yeah.
I know. I've seen your name in a bunch of them.
But and the funny thing with all that is too, right? Like,
sorry.
If you go back, like I remember when John first came out with Sons of Liberty, right?
Oh my God.
And he was posting all the videos talking about like the Federal Reserve and the all that stuff. It was kind of like this promotion thing he was doing for the Sons of Liberty album, right?
Yeah. Yep.
If anybody's a true Iced Earth fan and have followed John through the years and listened to interviews and stuff and all this stuff, you'll know just how much of a patriot John is and
Oh,
how
yeah.
smart he is when
Real.
it comes to like government stuff and history
And
and all that
the
stuff.
Fed.
Right? Yeah. So what I'm saying is like, so if John tells you something, you can pretty much take it to the bank and cash it, right? So
Yeah.
here's the thing. That's why I'm saying that whole thing with January, because I just don't see John getting like bamboozled like that. They were something up with that.
I think it was
Yeah, I
used.
think a
I
lot
know
of
some details I probably can't talk about, but yeah, they're
yeah. But what I'm
well,
saying is right, like so
and there are things I can talk about. I can't, so I can
yeah.
fill you in a little bit. But go on. I apologize, Bill. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No. But like I'm saying, it's so like with me, like you can sit here and you could like I could sit here and talk to you I could talk to you 3 or 4 hours about the Civil War, right? And the logistics behind it, and people say, "Oh, well, the Civil War was fought over slavery." Do you really believe that? If you believe that, you're a gullible fucker. I'm telling you that right now, right? And I'm not saying that just because I'm from the South, right?
No. I know.
I mean, I'm telling you right now,
I'm
there's
not
a
from the South,
lot
and
of
I
stuff.
know.
There's a lot of stuff that they won't tell you because it doesn't fit the narrative.
Yep.
Okay.
It
It
doesn't.
doesn't fit their part of, like I always tell people, you know who writes history? The ones who are victorious.
Yeah.
Because the
Yeah.
losers
Only
aren't
the
going to
winners.
write history because they got conquered. So the people that are victorious are going to write the history to make themselves look good.
Well, that's why they outlawed my favorite. Well, they didn't outlaw it, but like they tried to cancel my favorite movie and book, Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
That wasn't a movie.
Yeah, they canceled it. I mean, they've put a stupid disclaimer and taken things out of it, but like that story is like incredible, and like it does show another side to what happened, in the South, and how it was destroyed too. Like, that's my favorite book and movie of all time.
See, even though we're supposed to be talking about John Schaefer here, I'm gonna let y'all on a little something that people don't understand. Okay,
Sure.
most people would tell you that if you were a Southerner and you fought in the Civil War, right, your main goal fighting in that war was to preserve the institution of slavery. Okay, so think about something, right? Back in those days, if you were a plantation owner and you owned slaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Slaves were considered property, right?
Yes.
So slaves had a value to them. If you was just a poor dirt farmer living in the South, barely making it, a slave had more status than you did. Okay? Think about that, right? Right? So
Yeah.
if you were say you were son of a poor dirt farmer, and you're like, hey, I'm gonna go off and fight in this war and make some money to if I live, bring some money home, maybe help the farm, or who knows, maybe I'll go off and come back as a general. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, make something of myself, right?
Yeah.
You mean to tell me the son of a poor dirt farmer was fighting to keep the institution of slavery?
Yeah, really.
Okay, right. So they'll tell you though, if you fought for the Confederacy, your only reason for fighting was to preserve the institution of slavery, which is wrong to begin with.
It is. It is.
So it's one of those things where people hear one thing and that's all they get. And they don't care to go look for the truth. Because I honestly think sometimes that if they found out the truth, that it would just mess up their whole perception of what things, and then they're like, well, damn, everything I believed in sucks now. You know what I'm saying? So now I got to believe in something else.
Reality.
That's why, honestly, I think that people don't want to go look for the truth because they're scared of what the truth is going to reveal.
Yep.
And talking about John Schaefer's return, you know what else popped in my head? Remember that
What?
brand, Aunt Jemima brand, pancake brand?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
It's come back again.
it should.
Oh,
It's
John, you
family
know what?
owned.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, you
It's family owned. That lady you saw in the little picture of that lady on there was a real lady.
yeah.
Yeah. So John, you know how you're always like Sean Peck should be the new lead singer of Iced Earth?
Yeah.
I had like an inbox conversation with him, right? And we were
Yeah.
talking a little bit about John and everything, and he was like, "Oh, I love what you're doing for him." And then he was like, "So like, now," he goes, "when he gets pardoned, I need to be the new lead singer," he said.
Mhm.
Like, you know how you're always saying that? I just thought I would tell you he said that.
I'm friends with him too when I talk to him sometimes.
I went on tour. I toured with him. I went on tour with
Guess
him.
what?
Yeah, I know Sean. You know who's
You
another
know
really
what else?
awesome
Sorry.
guy who's really like, I mean, this is like a side note, a really awesome guy who's pretty pro John, Mike LaPond from Symphony X. He's very, very outspoken about it.
Whoa. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. He lived in New Jersey for a while, and yeah, I chat with him about it sometimes. And when I did the whole court date thing, he was like, we're all so proud of you. I don't know who we are, but I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
You know who also wants to be singer for Iced Earth also when John returns?
Who?
The original singer for Seven Witches.
Ah.
Larry Long himself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe.
There's some people
Like
I know
said.
that wants to.
You know what's funny? There's more people out there that support and like John Schaefer than people out there that don't.
I think so. I mean, I found out real quick when I got my tribute band together how many people love John because I did the That Metal Show Holiday Bash over in New Jersey,
Yeah.
and people were traveling like from
Wow.
out of state, like 17, 18 hours on the road just to see anything that was involved with Iced Earth, you know?
That's cool.
Yeah.
And John would be John would be a cool dude to just sit down and talk to, like, right? Just sit down and just have a conversation about everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would kill to like to just sit down and have like just a conversation with John and just talk about like history and all this stuff, man. Because
oh my
the guy's
goodness,
knowledgeable beyond like his years and stuff, man.
He
about
is.
just a lot of stuff, and
he's very knowledgeable. He's so smart.
Oh yeah.
and see, and that's another thing too that people have a misconception of. They think that metalheads are stupid, but they're not.
Yeah.
I mean,
good luck with that.
and that's the thing too, man. So for those people out here that are surprised at what he done, I mean, I'm not saying, and even John come out and said, man, I wish I'd have never went. You know what I'm saying? And I get it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In the end, he was like, you know what? If I'd have just stayed home and just like, been like, none of this, I'd still be making music in Iced Earth. But here's the thing. And people can say what they want to. And if I was to ever see John and tell him this, I said, man, I think what you did was awesome. And the reason why I say that is because people stood up for what they believed in, whether it was right or wrong. They still, like I told people sometimes, like when you go back and you look at the simplicity of the Civil War, people fought in that war for a cause they thought was right, or for a cause they thought was just. Whether it was right or wrong,
yep,
they thought it was a just cause, right? So to them, it was right in their minds. And for those people that stormed the Capitol on January 6th, good for them. I hate that they got arrested and had to go through all the crap they went through. But it's time somebody stood up to the government. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why do you think the founding fathers put in the Second Amendment?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because they saw stuff like this happening.
They knew it was going to happen.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, I told somebody one day, and I said, maybe I sound stupid saying this, right? Okay, because maybe I have it all wrong. What was the difference between January 6th and the Boston Tea Party? Think about
I
it.
think it's about the same.
Take the Capitol, and put it on a boat.
Yeah.
And they go in there, and all you was doing was you were saying F you to your tax on tea, F you to your rules that you want,
Yep.
telling us that, you're trying to pull the wool over our eyes to make us pay more for the stuff that we already are paying outrageous for anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what we think about it. So it was like, what's the difference? If you really look at it, our country is founded on stuff like insurrections and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So so what's the big deal? So what? Somebody stood up to the government. Who cares?
I know. It's so strange to hear these ignorant people going, "This is treason." I'm like, do you know what that is? Like, they I don't know. I had a lot of people fighting me on this, but I'll tell you, I don't know. I don't think that they I think they certainly had the right to do it. Everybody does.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I don't know if y'all heard
the right to beat police officers, but then again, it was almost like a war. It was like a war zone. So,
well, here's the thing, right? Like, so
I'm not into violence, but I understand it, if that makes sense,
No, I get it. So that's just like you hear things you talk about, like you hear talking about talking about states' rights, right? Okay.
Yes.
Like if you think about it, here a few years ago, California was actually talking about wanting to annexate itself from the United States and like become its own like little country or whatever, right? First of all, it's like go right the fuck on ahead. Who cares, right?
It won't last long.
But then
It won't last long.
it was because they felt way different about every other thing the way the United States was feeling about. And they wanted, and like their state was like, well, damn, we feel alienated. So why don't we just go ahead and whatever? And I'm sitting here thinking about, but see, here's the problem. When you talk about the Civil War and you talk about states' rights, oh no, it's not even about that. It's about slavery, right?
Yep.
Here's the thing. But when California was talking about doing it here a few years ago, oh man, it's about California wanting to be independent and doing their own thing, and they're trying to stick it to the government and all that stuff. Okay.
It's so confusing.
So why now, all these years later, here's the whole thing. The whole Civil War was about two things. One, it was about states' rights, because it's like this right here, right? If you read the Constitution was never put in place for the federal government to have all the power that it had and that it has. It was always meant for the states to be able to govern themselves the way they want to, but you have like, it's kind of like when you go to work and you've got like a line lead, then you got like a supervisor, then you got like a foreman, and then you got the big man, the supervisor. That was kind of the way the states was. Like the federal government was supposed to be like your supervisor, but then you had all your governor and your representatives and all that stuff. They were supposed to be your state people or whatever it is. And unless it was a big federal issue, the fucking federal government stayed out of it. That was the way it was supposed to be.
Yep.
Federal government come and says, well, we have the power over everything. We tell you what to do. And they're like, no, we don't see it that way. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. So whether you agree with that or not, I can tell people that's on you. But if you get but those are the kind of people that won't go research anything and have been told the same thing their whole lives, and that's all they believe.
Yep.
Before I forget, you know what Trey needs? One of my friends, that Ravik you see on my Facebook page, that
Mhm.
Blackmore artist,
Mm-hmm.
he's an Icer fan.
Nice.
Nice.
But
I
you
show you
know,
guys. I'll see a video sometime soon of him. He's a little out there. It's like kind of like Razor Fist.
yeah.
Razor
Well,
Fist.
like I said, I mean,
Razor
I
Fist
think,
rules. We should invite him on the show.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Sorry about that.
But like I was saying, and I know I've kind of got off topic on a few things here, but
Yeah, we went.
like I
We're going
said,
all over.
the
That's
whole-
okay though.
You
but
always have
like
to
I
put Metal
said, the whole
Ben.
thing is it was to come out here and talk about like John being pardoned and how excited we are about it.
Oh yeah.
And you know, like I said, whether John decides he wants to, like, you know what, I'm just gonna stay home and write music for myself and whatever. You know, I might put out a little
Yep.
EP here and there or something, maybe with some few songs on. I'll support that. I don't care what people
Oh
say.
yeah.
Because you know what? I'm gonna say this right here. You know, I found Iced Earth at a time in my life when I was searching for something. I had just come out of a real serious relationship. I had, you know, there were a lot of things in my life wasn't going the way I wanted them to.
Yeah.
And I was just, you know, I was in a dark place in my life. And I didn't care about myself. I didn't care about nobody else. I didn't care about anything. Right. I
Oh
found
yeah.
Iced Earth. And like I tell people a lot of times, if it wasn't for the Dark Saga album, I don't know that I'd be here.
Yeah.
That was my intro to the band.
You know what I'm
That's a
saying? I
great
mean,
album. It's such a
that
great
album
album.
is just that album is just killer, man. I love that record. It's like Dark Saga will always be probably in one of my top 5 like Iced Earth albums of all time. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
That was
like
that ranking I
This is
did.
one of my
Sorry.
top albums of all time.
yeah. And I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy, but I'm just saying, like, you know, his music's got me through some times when, you know, I was trying to find myself, trying to find the world again, trying to find a lot of things. And, you know, his music and lyrics resonated with that. And I just can't go here and turn my back on something like that just because,
Bro.
oh, well, you know, John Schaefer's this, because who cares that he stormed I could give a damn.
I don't
Honestly.
care.
I know.
I
Even
mean,
my dad backs John Schaefer. He doesn't like metal.
like I said, hell, if I'd have been there in Washington, D.C., I couldn't say I wouldn't have done the same shit. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
maybe.
You know, I mean, we all do things impulsively sometimes. Does that
Oh yeah.
define who we are? No, it doesn't.
I
Nope.
mentioned going, and I, because I had friends that were going, and I was like, I don't know if I would have gone into the Capitol or not. I don't think so, but a bunch of my friends were going, and I was like, oh, let's see Trump off. And my bass player, the Metal Dave, he goes, oh no, that stuff gets violent and stuff. And I was like, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we shouldn't go. So then, but then when like the news came out that John had been there, he goes, John was there. We should have gone.
Oh my god.
But here's
Like,
here's the thing too, right? Here's the thing too. And I'm gonna bring up two more topics or whatever, and it's kind of getting off a little bit, but I'm trying to prove a point here.
No, you're good, man.
They talk about how like all these people from the Jan 6, they brought their own weapons and stuff like that, whatever. If you watch the BML rallies, people literally fucking delivered pallets of fucking bricks for them fucking people to throw.
Damn.
When you watch the footage, you'll actually see pallets of fucking bricks.
Wow.
That were there for people to fucking throw.
Crazy.
Literally. Okay.
That's scary.
So who was behind that?
Terrifying.
You know what I'm saying? Come on. Right? And then that's just like if you watch the whole what was that thing in Virginia there? I can't think of the name of it now. Where they were talking about they're supposed to have the Nazis there or whatever it was. You
I know
know,
what you're talking about. I forgot what name it was.
yeah. But anyway, if you go on, and they were talking about how Trump said, well, there was peaceful protesters on both sides, right?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, Trump was right about that, because if you go on and you watch the YouTube footage of those things, they were people there just because they were like, hey, look, these statues are history. We don't want them taken down. If you start erasing history, then what's people going to have to go by so they don't make the same damn mistakes that these people made
Yeah.
and that we're
Oh,
making
yeah.
now, right? They was just trying to preserve history, whether it was good or bad, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you had some fucking crazy white fuckers that showed up that had their heads and shit shaved, but that was at night. That was after like 90% of the fucking peaceful fucking people had left, and it was already gone. If
Yeah.
you watch the videos, Charlottesville, that's the name of it. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
watch the videos,
I remember
if you
that.
watch the videos of that shit on YouTube, you'll see that 90% of that shit wasn't even what the government made it out to be, or the news media. You can go on and find it. They were just people standing around like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Wow.
it's crazy, but they won't show you that footage because it doesn't fit the narrative.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
honestly, when
Like,
you see
they can call everything else a mostly peaceful protest, right?
And here's the funny thing: when you watch the damn video clips of the Capitol shit, you just see people in there walking around. It was almost like the damn cops was escorting them, like the security that was in there. It was like they was just escorting them around, like, hey, this room is this room and this room is that room. It's like, so what the fuck are you charging these people for? Okay, yeah, they broke a window too. Who gives a shit? The government spends a lot more money on dumb shit. Hell, the pens they signed, a lot of them things, it's probably worth a couple $100.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, they
Yes.
spend money on stupid shit.
They do.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? Oh, wow! I get to see her face.
Yeah.
Hey,
She's got to unmute herself.
yeah, your mic's on mute there.
Your mic's on mute. She's John's friend. She's
Oh,
John's
okay.
she's John's neurosurgeon.
Oh, okay.
She saved him like back in the early 2000s.
She froze, I
You
think.
know what I've been listening to?
Yeah.
I've been listening to another person that's kind of like John Schaefer, Aaron
Yeah.
Lewis,
Oh, nice.
his country project. Hey, Daria.
I might
Hey.
Well, she's on silence. She's on silence.
Yeah, she's well, I'm telling her that she's got to unmute herself, but she's also like
froze too, I
it's
think.
frozen. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
frozen. Dang.
Oh,
Maybe she'll
a
come
lot
back.
of times if you go out and come back in, it usually works. a lot of times.
Yeah. I'll tell her that. I'm gonna use the I'm gonna go pee really quick.
Yeah, I gotta go too. I'll be right back.
Me too.
We're leaving you for a minute, John.
Okay.
It's becoming like a panel discussion, guys. I'm peeing really quick. Hope you guys are having fun.
All right, she's back. Sorry about that. I had to step out for the bathroom just for a second there.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. All right. My Wi-Fi kept going back to my printer, so it was showing cellular, and I have one bar on cellular where I'm sitting. So I'm like,
okay.
This is fine. Okay.
Yep.
Well,
Okay, this is working now.
haven't gotten a lot accomplished today. It's been yeah. I've been trying to work on pulling together all the bookkeeping stuff for taxes, and my brain's just melting. One credit card annual report, I had problem loading up and logging into the credit card website, and I was having a meltdown. I hadn't eaten all day. It was like 24 hours without food or more.
Oh my
And
God.
I finally got on customer service, like, look, I don't want to be cranky with you, but I am done with digital
Yeah.
statements. You mail this in paper to me from now on. I cannot deal with having to spend. I was on there for 2 hours trying to log in to get my statement.
Oh no,
Oh, my
that's
God.
brutal, man.
Yeah. It cost them
That's brutal.
75 cents to send me a printed report, and I have it in my
God, that's
hand
crazy.
without any time.
So much
Well,
better. That's
Yeah,
so-
and
How you
I
doing?
get like several more of those statements to find,
Yeah.
annual reports. So it's like, let's see if tomorrow's better.
Yeah, I know,
I hope
right?
so. I hope
Yeah.
so.
I worked on it for about 8 hours, almost 8 hours yesterday, and maybe accomplished an hour's worth of work. I don't really know. In the real world, but this stuff is hard
Yep.
for me.
Daria,
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
He's so
it's
excited.
custom made off
Oh, you
eBay.
did. That is gorgeous.
Yeah.
This whole bag right here is all my ice Nerf collection.
Is
Oh,
it?
beautiful.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
And I told you this, you guys.
Oh, I
Sorry.
got a question. Are you uploading this later, or how's this working?
This is actually a live stream, so when
It's
it
a
gets
live-
done, it'll
yeah.
just
Mhm.
like be up or whatever.
Yeah, it'll
Okay.
be up. It'll be up for watching again later. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you wanted me to like alert any of the troops to join the.
they can.
You can.
Is it on?
You can-
Is it on YouTube, or where you guys?
yeah, it's on YouTube.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
on YouTube. I sent you the link for the YouTube where we're actually talking, but we got to fix this. It says,
Oh,
I got to fix it. It says paid and not pardon. I'll fix it right
Yeah.
now. But,
okay.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah,
Wow.
I left
Speller,
my
but-
groceries in the car, so
Oh.
they won't go bad.
Oh no, not as cold as it is. They won't.
What's that?
I'll
Oh,
edit
yeah.
it later.
Yeah.
I'll edit the title later. It won't let me do it
Sure.
while we're live.
Leaving
Okay.
them outside like that's probably more of a refrigerator than the actual refrigerator.
Oh yeah, I've got a cooler out just outside of my garage door with some extra like big pans of food,
Yep.
and they've been frozen solid for a couple days now.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's funny. I lived in New York for a little while, and every time I'd go over to my friend's house, and like he would be like, when I'd come over, he's like, "Hey, I left the beer on the I left the
Oh,
beer on
God.
the porch. You bring it in when you come in or whatever it is, and you pick them daggum things up, and they about want to freeze to your hand. You know what I'm saying? I was like, God, it would be cold.
Yeah, Bill,
That's
where
it.
do you live? Down south? Where do you live?
I live in South Carolina,
Okay,
but
yeah.
but I did live in New York for a little while. I'm
Mhm.
actually born and raised here, so
Lovely.
Yeah. So we're all over the place today.
yeah.
We're so excited about John, though. We're real excited. We're
Oh,
so
yeah.
happy this is over.
Oh heavens, yes. This is such good news. And
Yep.
I think I messaged you earlier, Rose, when I got you got it later, but that in the morning when I got my text messages started like bursting because I'm in several of our comm groups.
Sure.
And I looked at my phone and I went, wow. And I was finishing up my prayers. I actually looked at it after I finished saying my morning prayers. And I got up, sat down on the stairs instead of coming straight downstairs. And I realized I could breathe easier. And it dawned on me, I was like, mindful of the fact that I'm taking a fuller breath than I probably have in 4 years. I think I figured it out. It was like 49 months because I got really upset with this whole thing back in 2020, in fall of 2020. Excuse me.
Yep.
And I was the one who noticed. Well, I'm sure other people might have noticed, but it wasn't like a red alert for anybody but me. I don't know why, but I went to go look up one of the not covers, but uploads of Mind Control from Spirit of the Times EP of Sons of Liberty.
Mhm.
So I go to YouTube and I type it in, nothing. I'm like, wait a minute, there were like tons before. So I thought, oh, this is weird. So I started looking on all the different streaming media where I knew the music was. And the only place it was still available to purchase was Bandcamp. And this was in December of 2020. And
Wow.
I sent out, this is before I met you folks, and
Yes.
I just was messaging and Facebooking and everything like, hey guys, red alert, something bad's happening. this music vanished. And I read 1984 way before 1984. So I can tell you when people get unpersoned, you know, and vanished off the internet, it's very bad. And I reached out to John and I said, dude, you know, your music's gone. And the scary part, I don't know if I knew this when I had messaged him, and he was super busy. He was releasing the Tales of the Wicked books. He was releasing the Winter Nights EP. So he was working on a lot of things. So this was not high on his priority list.
Of course, yeah.
And he goes, I'll take care of it after the first of the year. But he knew something had happened, but he just wasn't focusing on it because he had bigger fish to fry at the time. But I had a horrible, like a sense of foreboding. And I don't want to be a drama queen about this. This is literally how I felt. And when January 6th was, you know, announced that they're having the rally and all that, I'm like booking a hotel and going, why am I doing this? You know, I literally didn't know why. I was just praying. I was like, dear God, please, this must be what you want me to do. Cause I don't know why I don't want to go. I did not want to go to DC in the middle of winter, you know, in my old car, my old beater car, you know, and, but I did it, and I didn't get to physically see John there. And we only barely spoke on a real crackly phone call, around 10, 11 a.m.
Wow.
And they were already disrupting communications. And we were probably less than a quarter mile away from each other. I mean, it was probably almost line of sight if there weren't like a million people there. But this music thing really troubled me. So I thought, well, I know where I've got this music in my iTunes library because I uploaded a disc of it myself. Guess what? It was gone.
Oh my God.
My own private iTunes library upload vanished. That's why I wigged out. I went, oh, something bad's happening. And again, I don't want to be a drama queen, but this was just like the initial real time what was happening then. And I couldn't shake the sense of, this gut feeling. As a matter of fact, when I messaged Rose this morning and I told John the same thing, I said, not only can I breathe easier, but my gut even feels like it's relaxed a little bit. It's real subtle, but I mean, I was just sitting there quietly on my steps, you know, hadn't even started my day really yet. And so, you know how sometimes you just get mindful of how you're feeling, and these were noticeable improvements, and it was just from a relief. And we know the story's not even over yet because of the civil suit that's still going on.
Yes.
And having been through those kind of legal things in the tort world as a doctor, I can tell you, they always take their toll on you, stress-wise.
Yes. Yeah.
Because of the shenanigans that take place and the stagecraft used by the opposing sides.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so I can sympathize deeply with what he's going through. I mean, the media hype was the worst of it, I thought.
It was.
Yeah. And I'm so glad I found that early press release by the I call him city attorney, but the district attorney for attorney general. I don't know. He's got a couple different names. It's city attorney general for the District of Columbia. Is the guy filed this tort suit against all the January 6th pardonees. We're going to call them that from now on.
Yes.
And that has not vanished. So that's still going through the system separately in the city of the District of Columbia. But it was like literally like kicking someone when they're down, rubbing salt in the wound, you know, with the intention, the specific intention of destroying these people financially any way they can. And had he treated equally with the same level of malice, intent, and I'm not sure I'm going to come up with the right word, disparagement, I'll use that word. If he was this disparaging to BLM and Antifa, you could go, oh, well, that's just how he rolls. He's going to attack people to try and get money out of them. He attacked everybody. Guess what? Not a peep. Nothing happened to those clowns. And they burned the city down more than 6 months before January 6th, you know, way back in summer of 2020. So that, again, is another one of those insult to injury type things. When you realize this is as discriminatory process that you could possibly think of, especially since he dusted off some old anti-KKK statute to use.
Yeah.
You just going, and that was all, again, partly for the psyop of tying people who love their country with very prejudicial, maybe you could even argue that their bad actions back in the day after the Civil War were very much domestic terrorists themselves.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, they were burning churches, they were burning crosses, they were hanging people. I mean,
Yeah.
And that's not what any of the January 6 people were doing, but that's the statute he used, and it got challenged in court. And the judge that decided that we got up close to, it was the same judge said, "Oh yeah, you can use that. Go for it." That was early on. That was like back in 22, 23. And, you know, it's just amazing. I'm
so
just
crazy.
speechless.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know why this popped into my head, but it's popping in my head for some reason. But does anybody remember when Trump was in office the first time and on Inauguration Day the first time, and how many people were smashing McDonald's and they were having side by side inauguration?
I remember that.
Do you remember that? That was
Yeah.
crazy too. And like, you know, it just, you know, and there, I don't know why. I always wondered why nothing happened to those people.
No, and Madonna wanted to
Went
blow the
away.
White House.
Oh,
Yeah.
Someone
Oh,
blew
yeah.
up the White House.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, with her pussy hat on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I got something. I'll be right back.
All right.
I'm dying where it is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. Madonna could say that.
I know, right?
You know what pretty neat? What my mom-
Okay, here we
my
go.
mom-
Yeah.
Oh my.
There you go.
I got my cat turd hat. You guys know
There
what
you
cat
go.
turd is?
Oh my God.
I'm trying to do this backwards, so I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. There he is.
There you go.
I even have a cat turd decal on my Harley windshield.
Nice.
Oh my God.
There we go. So there, in homage to the Pink Hat ladies from 2020.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Covers up my bad hair too.
We don't judge around here.
Yeah, we're cash.
That's right.
Rose is the glamour contingent.
You know,
I added the glam to the Iced Earth community.
Yeah,
All right.
you can rock. Yeah, I didn't have time to change into my best dressed Sons of Liberty hoodie, but that's okay.
Oh, I
just-
tell you, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I wish that you could still get that merch because that was some really cool merch.
Oh, I know.
Funny you should say that. Do you know the story about the merch? Okay. Well,
I
you guys,
know it, but they
yeah. Do you guys all know CJ? He was
I
the
don't.
Michigan chapter head for Sons of Liberty.
No.
yeah,
Okay.
I remember him.
Yeah. Well, CJ was helping John out. You know, he volunteered to handle the merch website. And he had it all in stock. And when everything went down, CJ was like, I have to move out of town and I don't know what to do with this stuff. And John was like, I can't sell it. You know, we were trying to like message each other back and forth. And I thought to myself, because John's like, just throw it away. I'm like, no. So I got a hold of the gal that was sort of babysitting the merch, the t-shirts and the, hold on, this other thing's on. Oh, I see. You know how when two devices are next to each other, they kind of clone?
Yeah.
That's really,
Yep.
really creepy. Anyway, so, but yeah, so I told CJ, I said, well, let me see if, I mean, I've got room in my garage. I can get the merch from you. And so he arranged for his friend to contact me, and we met halfway between Detroit and Southern Indiana, where I live, and loaded it all up in my car. And some of it had gotten weather damaged and had to be discarded, but a lot of it was in excellent shape.
Yeah.
And so I was able to sort of get everything cleaned, folded, inventoried, and boxed up. And I inherited it basically. So I have quite a bit, but the size selections are not ideal. So we got some smallies and some biggies and not so much in the large, decent amount of medium, but I haven't done a official new inventory yet. So, but we could figure out a way to get things to people and defray the costs. And those of you who are merch savvy can help me figure out how to get that done.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. And because if it works, then I can figure out how to sell the rest of the stuff I need to offload in this house. You know, it's crazy.
eBay's
Daria, I was sorry.
a good place for it, but there's better ways.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and you know, it would be, and if we could, you know, recoup some of the losses. I mean, I'm sure John's already taken the losses, but we could definitely put that to a good cause.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know, like, I mean, just like a side note, like Stu Block was like selling his, like some Iced Earth stuff. And, you know, Metal Dave bought me a t-shirt from Stu Block. He won the auction for $80.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
For a t-shirt?
T-shirt, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just
Speaking of-
saying.
Speaking of Metal Dave, he's in the comments.
Nice.
Hey,
yeah,
Metal
he's probably
Dave.
at work listening.
Hey, Metal Dave.
Much love.
I don't know how much of this that you called earlier, but like I was telling her, you know, it's like with those BLM riots, they're like, if you watch the videos, I mean, them people really actually, like, somebody brought like truckloads of pallets of bricks for them people to throw. And I'm
they did
sitting
that in
here
Chicago,
thinking, like,
too.
okay, you're going to do this, but then you're going to sit here and hold these people to January 6th like these are the worst people in the world. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah, it's so crazy. And like, I always say, like, okay, we're, you know, the guy, George Floyd, who unfortunately died that day. It's, in my opinion, still clear on like how he died. It's not really clear to me, but in any case, like, what the hell are you stealing a television set? What does that have to do with any type of human rights? Like, for that stuff didn't make sense to me. That stuff doesn't make sense to me. If you're
No,
gonna
it
protest
didn't.
because a man died, that's one thing. But it's another thing to start burning everything and to start stealing television sets and lamps and household goods, and then throwing bricks into people's houses and stealing stuff out of people's houses. That's a totally different situation. Like, that's not protesting. That's evil.
No, it's sort of and it's sort of an inculturation of a Lord of the Flies mentality. If there's a gap, a gap or a vacuum in authority and lawful authority, I mean, and rule of law, chaos reigns. And you saw the paving of that path by all the Soros DAs that were releasing criminals well beforehand during COVID, all the shenanigans that were happening, and like literally hamstrung all the law enforcement to not be able to protect people. So it became a Lord of the Flies mentality. It was like society became shipwrecked and there was no captain, there were no grownups. And it was, I still call it state-sponsored terrorism, but who am I, you know? I have a lot of opinion. I say a lot of dumb stuff, but yeah, it's pretty crazy and very unfortunate. And my heart goes out to all the families of on all sides who suffered, because there were people who were perpetrators that they got trampled and killed. And, you know, look at what happened up in Seattle, you know, with the whole autonomous zone. That was a total Lord of the Flies scenario, you know? And
I know.
But this was all allowed to continue, and Trump stayed within his legal authority of a federal enforcement. He could have done a lot more, and people wondered why he didn't, and why he permitted the lockdowns and didn't override some of that stuff. And I think part of it was, and again, I'm no expert, but he was listening to the experts, and I don't think he knew, like he admitted that he goes, now I know who's good and who's bad.
Yeah.
You know, and if you ever look, there was Abe Lincoln had a very similar situation when he was in office during the Civil War. And an author named Dolores Kearns Goodwin wrote a book called Team of Rivals about how he appointed some of his rivals, political rivals and enemies, to the cabinet and the leadership with him. And it's just fascinating. It's like keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yeah, well, it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's kind of like with what Donald's doing with RFK Jr. You
Mhm.
know, they're kind of rivals. They don't agree on everything yet.
Mhm.
You know, here he is.
Yep.
You know,
Right.
check and balance. I kept saying to everybody, you know, like if you really want healthy foods and different things, you're going to want to go with Trump because he's going to try to get RFK in there, and his confirmation hearings next Thursday or no next Wednesday. So
Yeah, and you have to see that even going back decades and decades, Trump and the Kennedys were close.
yes, yep,
You know, he was close
Oh,
to
yeah.
JFK Jr., RFK Jr.,
yep,
and I'm sure he was cordial and friendly. I don't know to what level with the Kennedys who were assassinated. May God
Sure.
rest their souls.
sure.
And but yeah, it's you know, I think if we could get all the truth out, and Rose, hats off to you for fighting the good fight, and John for getting the Facebook page, and Bill for, you know,
Thank
speaking
you.
up as we could, because I'm like a pipsqueak, you know, I'd say something, a boom, shadow ban, nobody knows who I am anyway, you know, so.
And I'll tell you, I have a YouTube channel now, and I mentioned
Uh-huh.
some nice stuff.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's awesome, man.
That is really cool. Yeah.
Hey, Adam.
I just
Ooh.
know how to use social media pretty well, and
Mhm.
I give my friend who's here, but you know, he's the reason I know all this stuff. But you know, it's I just had to get it out there and like share it out, and like people who weren't even fans like started joining the cause, and I tried to convert new people and stuff, and it was fun.
Well, yeah, when you're passionate about something like this, and you know what really happened, and you know the truth, you can do nothing more than to just keep speaking up. Because what's the point of being politically accommodating, you know, to save your skin or save whatever your stature? A lot of this was people buckled because of status and stature, likes and clicks, and they put sort of this vanity, narcissism, and profit
Yeah.
in front of authenticity.
Yeah.
And I don't know about Zuckerberg, but he's been probably one of the poster boys right now for trying to apologize. And it's like, it's okay to repent, but dude, you still gotta make reparations, you know?
Yeah, for real.
And people that are that fickle that will, you know, basically be captive to the social manipulators that have the power to threaten them. I mean, look what they did. Look what they did to you, Rose. Look what they did to John's music. They have whatever that mysterious internet kill switch process is.
Yeah.
Even after John was pardoned, Rose's posts not vanished, but you couldn't click on them and open them.
Yeah, it was
And
like really
Rose has too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell them what happened, Rose.
Well, it was just like basically like infiltrated, and it went from 2 posts before the court transcripts. Somebody doesn't want those court transcripts out there. So like all of those links were dead, but then other links were working, and it was just really strange.
That's weird.
They did something with that, and like it I think I didn't catch it. I'm going to be honest. I don't think I caught it before the Biden administration was out. I'm sure I'm 95% sure that was them. And I'll tell you something. I got a letter the day after Biden was out of office about referring to something I had written to. I wrote to the White House about a situation with like my roofing situation. Actually, I wrote to the White House about it to see if they had any advice, because I was having trouble finding a roofer, and they got back to me like 2 years later. I already got like this stuff managed, but they wrote back to me the day after Biden was in office. So they must still they must still have something going on, like some type of power for a little while. So, it could have been even the day after the inauguration. I don't know, but all I know is that it was not working. And thank God my friend told me to back up my website and everything. And we got it back up. We got it live the same day. It took over 12 hours, but
Dang.
goodness. And
Mhm.
I moved all the court transcripts to like a drive that you can click on now, and instead of directly on my site, because they, even after I fix that, you still can't click on those. You still
That's
can't click on
weird.
those documents. Yeah, they don't want you to see those documents. And the one document, like the lawsuit document, is already like out there. Like you could find it on another website even. So like I don't understand what
Yes.
happened, like completely. But I do understand from what I was told that they do have a way of making links completely dead. They have a way
Mhm.
to do that, and that did happen with the Sons of Liberty site. I know that much too. Like
Yeah.
it was just
Oh, that happened immediately. As soon as he was on, I had a front row seat to that as well. John did, I think Alex Jones first, and then
Yeah.
he did Judge Napolitano on Fox Business Channel. He interviewed,
Wow.
and he while that was being viewed, because I don't even know what the difference was between the viewership. John's probably like face palming right now because Dari can't remember shit. But it was immediately after that the website crashed. And I think when he
That's
was on
weird.
with Alex Jones, Alex told him, he goes, yeah, I've got like 11 backup servers because they do this to me all the time.
yeah.
But when it finally got flooded, the zone got flooded by the what is that, denial of service, whatever, and they overload something. That's when it
Yeah.
kind of got vaporized and you couldn't get to it. And then somebody tried to resuscitate it, and you could still get to the reading list of recommended books that John had on there.
Yeah.
And that type of thing.
Yeah. It was up for a little while after
Mm-hmm.
January 6th too. It was, I noticed, but it was
Yeah.
definitely unclickable. It was like crazy.
Yeah. And so, and I tried to archive as much stuff as I could. And for example, that article about that, the attorney from December, it was December 14th of 2022. Is that when that lawsuit was filed?
I can like find out right now.
Right. But I had to find, and then I'm trying to like open up the articles, because you know how when you do like a web search, it'll show you the same title of the article, but different news outlets are, copying and pasting it.
Yeah.
And so some of them were like paywall or giving you an abbreviated version. So I finally found it, and I hard copy saved it again on NPR, and from NPR, I should say. And the line I was looking for, because it was basically the reporting of the journalists from the press conference that this attorney, his last name is Racine, that he had given.
Yeah.
And in the document, let me see if I can find this.
And it was December 14th, 2021.
Oh, 2021, not 2022. I'm sorry. And let me go back to I even made a screenshot of the actual quote, which of course now I can't find anywhere. But that's what really irked me is the way he said, he had this like righteous indignation about, let's see, Rose, I think I sent it to you.
I gotta see. I got a lot of stuff here though.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can find it.
Here's the thing about the earthquake.
Oh, you sent it to me earlier?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I know we had passed it around many months earlier.
We did. I know. I'm thinking about that right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me see if I can. But I have that screen grab. You know what? I made a new screenshot. I'm not good on the fly with this techie stuff, so please bear with me.
That's how my dad is too.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
My dad's away 76 on February 1st.
Mm-hmm.
I do all his emailing for him for his job, and he puts people to sleep at the hospital.
Wow.
That when my mom passed away, she was a huge Ice Star fan too.
Yeah. Oh, I love that picture you sent of her. I'll let John know about that too.
She had three strokes, and then we thought she was doing better. She had heart failure.
Oh, that's so sad.
That sounds a lot like a friend of mine was telling me that happened to. Oh, I know what it was. My friend in Nashville and I were talking, and we were reviewing the story about the police officer that died the next day.
Oh God, yeah.
On January 7th, and they tried to claim that he was hit in the head by a fire extinguisher and all this, and nobody had laid a hand on him. And he had a stroke and died of a stroke. And guess what they were making everybody take back then?
The vaccine.
Something that causes
the jab. Yeah.
Heart attacks and strokes and
the jab. Yep.
Sudden death, sudden adult death syndrome.
Yep.
Oy. Just crazy.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's really nuts. You should tell the story about how you made John get better with the surgery.
Oh yeah, you want to go to the Wayback Machine? Yeah, we can. Pull up a chair, kids. I got a story to tell you. No. Again, I've got to stay within. I'll stay within what was published on some of the music documentation at the time.
Sure.
But my introduction to John was crazy. I was in my office seeing patients, and local family doctor calls me up and goes, "Hey, Doc, I got a rock star that needs to see you." I'm like, "Shut up! We don't have any rock stars in Columbus, Indiana." And so I said, "Yeah, I'll get him in," And he goes, "Yeah, he's on a tight schedule. He travels a lot." I'm like, "Okay, I'll get him in." And so, I opened the exam room door after looking at his scan. I was like, "I'm not sure I know what to." And I walk in, there's John, and I'm like, wow, he really looks like a rock star, and he's super nice. Oh my God. But what struck me, and again, this is a testimony of John's character that was similar to what you saw in the hearing transcripts. He is the same person he's always been. I met him in it was a Monday or Tuesday before Thanksgiving in 1999. And he was the same dedicated professional, committed to his work. And he wasn't in my office for any reason other than to try and fix this so he can get back to work. And I can tell you, in the spine surgery world, that's not always people's motivation for being seen. They either want something they can use or some paperwork to, maybe perhaps get on Easy Street or something like that. But the people that behaved like John did, I'll tell you, these kind of committed professionals, I saw this level of dedication to work in a sense of duty in my patients that were active duty and retired military, first responders, police officers, because I did a lot of work-related injuries for all those different lines of service. And to the man, they were like, get me back. I just want to get back. Fix it, Doc. Farmers, oh my God, the farmers, God love them. We have a lot of them down here that, they just got to get the crops out. I once saw a young teenage boy who was helping his dad on the tractor, and he was out riding the tractor or combine for 16 hours straight and blew out a disc in his back. And he was only 15 or something, which is pretty unheard of for a young kid. But oh my God, I've never seen anybody heal so fast.
Yeah.
And except for John, he healed really fast too. I don't know. You guys remember seeing when he played walking 3 weeks after his surgery.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw the video because you shared it with me.
It's still up on YouTube.
It's pretty amazing.
But yeah, I had so much respect for his professional, his character, so that's why I said it really was very validating to hear the people that met him more recently. I mean, obviously Matt knew him forever, and they saw the same thing in him that I did. And I also related on a, sort of a self-employed business owner, sense of commitment.
Yeah.
I ran my own solo practice, so that was no walk in the park. Yeah. So, but yeah, it was funny because it's really well, what's a brain surgeon being a family friend of a heavy metal rock star? It's well, that's it. That's the link. personal responsibility, dedication to your commitment, and integrity. So, I mean, he's that's the guy, and
Yeah.
that's why we're all here.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
You know?
I also think deep intelligence, like deep intellect, the both of you. You guys are both very much like on the same level, it seems like, with the politics and stuff like that. And I had the opportunity. I reviewed like what like when we first met, you had like a website, and I read like your like little blurb, and I just thought it was so cute, and I was like,
Oh,
no
yeah, my
wonder
old
she's
one.
John's friend. Yeah, you're old.
Yeah, yeah. My old looked like what did I call it? It was very almost cartoonish, the color scheme and stuff, because it was like a DIY.
Yeah, no, but it was cool. I thought it was a cool site.
Yeah. Now, I think it's still up. I don't know, but I replaced it with DariaSchoolerMD.com for my just like having a place to let people know what my credentials are and my background and things like that, and if there's any assistance I could lend from a professional standpoint with everything that I've crammed into my head for the last 50 years, because there's a lot in there, and I just don't want it to just go to waste, even though I'm perfectly happy being a Basset Hound service human right now. Yeah.
Yeah, you love your Basset Hounds.
Oh, they're just precious. They really are. John gave me my first Basset Hound.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
that's a cool
he's
story,
got his
too.
own Facebook page, Baron Vine Blue Max Schaefer. He's
You know what's funny? Mellow Ben, my friend Mellow Ben, you saw in my Facebook group. He had his little puppy now. That's a little bulldog. It was barking. My little kitty cat was outside my door meowing. That little girl cat I showed you a picture of one day.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of my mom's cats.
Aw.
She became my best friend.
Oh.
Yeah, animals pick us,
Oh,
they
Yeah,
really
they
yeah.
do.
they select us completely.
What she did to me earlier, she was playing around with me. She attacked my arm, playing around.
Oh.
Oh, they'll do that. I usually get one or two of those, like this
get
just little
you.
straight. Although old lady skin like mine, you get that anyway. You got to watch what you bump into. So,
But that's Sassy right there, and she's
Oh,
she just came up one day, and
aw,
so we took her in, and then my dog over there, Waylon, he's a black lab, so
I know where you got a name
I saw
from.
them walking
Wayne
around.
Jennings.
yep, huge Waylon Jennings fan.
all right. But yeah.
But
so, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I've always said that John's always been one of those guys, when you listen to him talk, man, he's just so like, he just blows your mind, like the knowledge that he has, and I try to tell people all the time, I said the world's worst thing to be is uneducated. You know what I'm saying? Like I always try to pride myself on being as educated as I can be, and I'm not, and sometimes I honestly believe there's called overeducated. Like there's just some people out here, they get so educated that they don't use common sense. You know what I'm saying? It's like they let common sense just go completely out the door,
Yeah.
And like with John though, man, he's just like the knowledge that guy has up there in his brain, and I'm like, man, it's just like if I could just if I could just retain the stuff that he retains sometimes, man, it's just like, wow, But no, I've always said John's a really cool dude, and like I said, with everything that went down, it was just so unfair to the people the way they got treated, and I mean, and like I was telling her earlier, like you see that picture of John with him standing there in front of the Capitol, and he's always pointing like this right here. I mean, I've seen more crazier pictures used as memes. You know what I'm saying? Like that one with the two women, and they're standing there at the cat, and the cat's always got something smart to say or whatever, right? And I'm like, I'm like, why don't they use that as a January 6th like thing? You know what I'm saying? It's just so idiotic, and it just
Next time Metal Dave and I go to DC, we'll have to recreate that picture.
Oh god.
Oh God,
kidding.
yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, get
Yeah,
the
we were
blue-
joking
the blue
about it when we were
windbreaker.
there.
yeah.
I won't even use that picture. I won't use it, but
Don't take the hat though, because you'll trigger someone. Don't take the hat.
I'll put a nice Earth hat on instead.
Right.
You know what? I'm sorry. You know what was
I
funny?
was just gonna say, because we
sorry.
were talking about John, and you know, it's I've listened to so many of his interviews, and like, you know, he's always giving so much information, you know, in those interviews. And you know, I guess a lot of people, like, you know, when I was getting to know his music, they would describe him as like this abrasive, kind of like jerky guy, but the music's really good and they kind of appreciate the jerkiness and stuff like that. And I don't see that at all. Actually, to be honest, I know it's like abrasive, I guess, but like when I listen to his interviews, I'm like calm and I'm like, you know, learning a bunch, and I could fall asleep, like not in a boring way, but like I just feel like the world is right because there's somebody else in the world that like is doing this kind of research, you know. I don't know. I just wanted to get that out.
Well, that intensity, believe me, I don't have whatever the social graces are. I'm too blunt with people, and some of the more dainty people in the society down here, when I started my practice, I would like tell people straight up what was going on, you know. And it's like, well, she doesn't have the best bedside manner. She just comes right out and says what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, if you were needing brain surgery or back surgery, wouldn't you want to know what's going on?
Yeah.
I mean, I would just relate to people the way I'd want to be treated, and that's all I did.
Yeah.
You know? It's like that do unto others as you'd like to have done unto you. And the other part of that golden rule is don't do unto others that which you don't want done unto you, you know?
You know,
but yeah, I've grew up Northwest Indiana by south side of Chicago. Kind of rough around the edges, you know.
I'd rather have the matter of fact doctor, the one that's telling me what's going to happen and what they're going to do. My one knee, they operated on my knee when my ACL, MCL, meniscus tore, and like it came out like they did something completely different. I'm not sure what they did, but I know it was different because they told me they had like cleaned everything up and they just put my meniscus back together. Now with the ACL tear in the other knee, they like kind of like I think they took a graft like from my hamstring, and then they recreated the whole ACL on the other side. And I'm having all kinds of problems with the other with that side, the one that they wanted that they did, but they did that way and not the one that they just kind of cleaned it up. And now I have like, okay, I have a meniscus. Maybe my bones are rubbing together, but I don't feel anything. I feel great on that one side and I'm weak on the other side. And the physical therapy, you know, it's taken me forever still. And it's years in the making now. And if he had only told me, I would have said, just do what they did with the other knee. I'm doing great. But he didn't tell me anything. So I came out in shock. I didn't know they were taking my hamstring out and everything. And that gave me sciatica. That gave me sciatica and everything like that. And I mean, I've you know, worked myself out of the sciatica, thank God. But they didn't tell me anything. I just assumed they were going to do the same thing, and that was the end of it. It was the same practice and everything, but a different doctor. He didn't tell me anything. He didn't tell so. I'd rather have a doctor like you than that.
Yep.
Yeah, I would bring the patient's X-rays in after I looked at them, like while they were getting their history taken, and I'd come in the exam room and put the X-rays up, or then my nurse would have hung them ahead of time, and I'd already marked on them with crayons and arrows. You know, what are those things called? Wax pencils. That's what.
Yeah.
China marker, and because you could rub it off. And I would say, see this here? See how it doesn't look like this over here? This is, and here's your nerves getting smashed over here. I'd literally show them, and then I have a spine model, you know, on my desk. And I'm like, it's right here, and I'll show you. So people get a 3-dimensional perspective of what they were dealing with. And when you do that, you go, oh, that's why my arm hurts. It's like,
yeah, then you can kind of connect it it connects.
Exactly.
You know? It connects.
Exactly. So I just try to share that the way I understood it. I try to just translate all that weird science into regular English for people.
Yep. Talking about drawing on that like that. I call that the John Madden physical visual, because you're like, this guy right here and he's coming over here and he's going over there and this guy's coming that way.
That was what I did. Matter of fact, I still have those models. I still have them. I could run and get one, but I'm not going to do that. That's kind of silly. But if anybody needs to look at the anatomy of the spine, I can do a little tutorial anytime.
Excellent.
Cool.
Don't forget, above all, I'm a nerd.
That's all right.
So you guys want to hear a funny? You want to hear a funny story? Back when Podcast and Stone was still around, when they interviewed John Schaefer, I sent him a question. I was nervous. The question you heard, I asked him about what do you think about modern metal, like modern day metal and all that. So I know he was friends with Vinnie Paul.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the bass player from Fire Death Punch.
Yeah. Okay.
He's friends with a lot of people.
Yep.
I was nervous. I messed up my question up because John Schaefer's my idol.
Yeah.
Oh.
But you too, like I'm a lot like that. Like I'll speak my mind and like there'll be somebody that like they'll ask me a question and I'm like, you sure you want the answer to that? Because I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like they'll be like, yeah, and then I'm like, I'll tell them, and it's like, was that not what you wanted to hear? I said, I warned you before I answered it. You know what I'm saying? It's like
that's why like this little our little group here, that's why we understand John Schaefer, because he's straight up, he's blunt to the point.
Yeah.
You know, just no beating around the bush. I loved him when he was on Podcast and Stone and like, you know, Chuck and
he's awesome.
Yeah. What's the guy's name again? Why do I keep losing his name? Brett? Chuck and Brett?
Yeah.
I always lose his name.
Brett and Chuck. Brett and Chuck.
Yeah. Okay. Brett and Chuck. Well, yeah, I know Chuck. I talked to Chuck, but yeah, like
he's a nice dude.
Like they're like, we're getting this, and he's like, yeah, I have nothing to do with that. What's this? Like, you know, like he didn't sugarcoat anything, and then he's like, they're showing him like picture discs, and he's like, those are low quality.
Yeah.
Wow.
Get the black vinyl. Don't.
Yeah, John's always.
I love him.
well, one of the things that I don't think a lot of people appreciate. I mean, we do because we've been tracking his professionalism, but he's one of these people that really pays attention to every single detail. You can ask everybody that's ever worked with him. And I recognize that mindset because like it was the same, again, I like micromanage in a way, but I'd have to do that in the operating room or in the office. Everything had to be like a certain way because the consequences were too great. Or in John's case, it was like, we can't miss a show. You know, so everything had to happen the right way. And, you know, it was, so I was totally sympathetic when he was just doing the, you know, because I could relate to how important, even though it might not seem like a big deal to somebody, it is for the entire overall operating of a tour or recording and producing of an album. You know who you could ask if the time is good. Ask Witherfall.
Yeah.
Oh,
what they think
I'm friends with the singer.
Yeah,
he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
No, I hung out with Jake when he was in Cobra and the Lotus before the Iced Earth days, or maybe it was at the same time. I can't remember, but he was young. He was really young.
Mm-hmm.
He's a real nice guy.
A lot of mutual respect there and appreciation for the way he was able to help them with their recording efforts, you know.
Yeah.
I think they all still have that kind of respect for him. I can't speak because
they seem to. I had heard, like, I'd read some interview and like they didn't really want to comment on what had happened, and they were just like, well, I don't know. He did a great job on our album, even if maybe he did something that wasn't like the best or whatever. Like I don't remember the exact wording, but it was like really gentle. He didn't really want to like get nasty about it. That was for sure. And I was like, nice. I'll buy this guy's records then. Okay.
Oh yeah. And the thing about it is, why would anybody want to again, for the sake of approval or political or, clicks or whatever, popularity contest, why would you want to denigrate someone just because you think that's what people want to hear?
Yeah, and I think I remember him even in Podcast of Stone saying something. I can't remember the exact, but it was to the effect of like, I could have made more money or I could have done this, but I didn't want to do certain things, like, because he just had that type of integrity or didn't want to sell out. And I always had like great respect for him for that, like too, like why sell yourself out? Like, my comedian friend, Jim Florentine's very similar. Like he went into like a talent like place or something. He was telling some story and they're like, oh, you're handsome, you're great, like, and he goes, yeah, but like I don't want to do any like type of like commercial where I'm like dancing around or acting like a goofy stupid guy or anything. And they said that the like one talent like woman said, well then why are you here? So he paved his own way, but it's better to pave your own way and be yourself, which it just goes to show it, like with John's career and like other people that have decided to be themselves. They're the ones that have the integrity and they stand the test of time. And some people just don't, like, like
exactly.
Pleasers.
I remember this one interview John done, and it was when he was promoting the Sons of Liberty album, and he was interviewed by Eddie Trunk, and he was talking about, and he asked him, he said, would you ever, because he was talking about like how knowledgeable and everything John was about stuff, and he said, would you ever like go on TV and be on one of those round table discussions that they have and stuff like that? And John was like, no, they wouldn't want me on something like that. And that's what I tell everybody too. I said, if they had me on like CNN or something like that, I wouldn't make it through the first commercial break because they'd be done kick me out of the studio. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I am not gonna sit here and tell you what you want to hear. I mean, it's just straight up. That's who I am. And it's just like,
yeah, snowflakes.
Imagine putting John in the seat at like America's Got Talent.
I know, right?
Can you imagine if he was one of the judges?
Yep.
Oh shit.
He'd be nice. He'd be nice, but he'd be honest.
You're like, well,
But
he'd be like, what's his name?
Yeah.
He'd be like a nicer Simon Cowell, maybe.
Yes.
You're not making it today. Go home and practice.
We gotta pray for those people. I tell you, all four of us for sure probably know that look when you answer a question and the person that asked it is sorry they asked.
Yeah.
You see their eyes glazing over, blank stare.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotta go.
I saw that in John's interview with that one interview that I hate with Metal Sucks. Like they were just like really trying to.
Yeah, I didn't like that interview.
C19 stuff, and like he was like trying to promote his book. And he was just like in the most polite manner. He was just like "F you," and like it was so good. It was the best interview.
I get that a lot myself. Like I tell him,
he was like not having it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, you sure you want the answer to that?
Yeah.
It's like, and you can ask anybody that knows me personally. I'm blunt like that. I don't care, and it's just like, I've had people say something about like, I remember one time somebody come up to me and says, somebody's down here talking about you, and I'm like, well, for one, they're talking about me. That means they're leaving somebody else alone. And I said, second of all, if they're talking crap, I said, if that's all they got, then they don't have no ammunition for the gun. That's just the way it is. I mean, that's just, I don't care because I know who I am and I know the things I do and whatever. And your opinion to me don't damn matter. I don't care.
Yeah. We were back to like the stuff where John has to manage like the touring and like the albums and all of that other stuff and a whole entire band and like all these like staff and like like we were talking about this with Richard Christie. Unfortunately, because he's like locked in that Stern contract, he can't come on this podcast, but I know he would love to. But, you know, he was talking about, I don't know, somebody not being able to make it to a gig, or I don't know what it was, but like, oh yeah, John was real pissed. And like, he's like, I never had a problem with him. But he's saying it with a big smile on his face, but he used to get mad at a lot of people. It just was like,
Oh my God.
but I don't blame him, because he had a hard job and people were being unprofessional. He was really he was really gracious. It was so adorable.
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of that. Again, John said something to me that I remember when he was talking about his career when we first met, and he just, it was like just explosive with the word passion. He goes, I'm passionate about what I do.
Yeah.
And it's a passion that drives me and makes me make all these sacrifices, you know? And I said, I get it. You know, I totally got it. That's why I said I had tons of respect for him. And I knew that I had to help him with his issue. And it took a while to really figure out what the right thing to do was, because it wasn't very obvious. Like
Yeah.
I could mark a crayon on the x-ray with. It was a little more subtle than that. But it was directly related to that 2016 headbanging incident in Germany. And so he was in that miserable pain. It was, I guess the closest thing to describe it as is like a whiplash.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, and it was just whatever the physics of it were at the time, you know, that was the beginning of it. And that process just progressed over 3 years until he was really struggling when I met him. And that's why the doc called me and said, hey, you got to see this guy. I went, okay.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
I was taught early on to go side to side when you're doing the head banging, and be gentle with yourself.
Right.
Don't do this. You're going to end up killing yourself.
I know. And when he showed me a video of them doing that on stage, and his mom was up, it was after his surgery. We all got together because, you know, like I said, kind of family friend thing going on. He showed that video and I literally went like this because I knew I have to fix the back end of what happens with that. You know what I mean? It's like, don't do that.
Damn.
And yeah, it was terrifying, you know?
Yeah.
That's one of those things. It's like,
he's got guts to get up there.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Right after that.
I know. And then he sent me that picture from Europe when he was wearing his neck collar on stage. I was just dying because I told him you don't need it. He goes, oh, I'm wearing it. I'm like, okay, cool. He didn't ask me to sign it or anything, but that's okay.
He's like John Shaver, the great dude.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's got perseverance, that's for sure.
But you know, I've always heard people talk about just like how generous he is, and like how, you know, just like because you don't find, like, you always find people that, like, okay, they're either like really nice, or they're like really an asshole, or one side of them is like put on and one side of them is like, you know, whatever it is, genuine or whatever. But I've never heard anybody say like, oh, John, you know, like, I just always heard like how good of a person he is and stuff like that. And, you know, so that's what makes me like him even more. You know, it's just not just his music and his like intelligence and everything, but, you know, I believe in being a good person, and I believe in, you know, I've even, like I tell people sometimes, I've helped people out even when I knew I was going to get screwed over, but I still done it anyway, because I'm just the kind of person like they can't come back and say, well, you know, you never helped me before, but you help everybody else, you know. So it's kind of one of those things, you know, it's like, well, hey, if I help you and you do whatever it is you want to with it, then that's on you, but you can't say that I didn't help you or whatever. So it's one of those things.
You want to hear a good story?
Yeah.
You want to hear a good story? Back in right after January 6th happened, I was friends with OTAB, that girl singer.
Oh yeah, she got real liberal.
She
I loved her music back then. I loved her though.
You know what happened? She said that she said the whole band of Ice was terrorists after January 6th.
Yeah, I'm so pissed at her.
Hey. And I told her no, you just watch the news too much, and she blocked me.
Yeah.
I don't say nothing to her because I know she'll just get mad. And
I used to be friends with. I used to be friends with her.
I unfollowed her, but I'm in the music industry, so I don't really want to fight with people in the music industry. Not too much.
She's retired now.
Sometimes I do, but it wasn't worth my time to fight with OTEP.
You heard what happened? She's retired now.
Yeah, I know. Like, well,
she's my age.
Just when the music's gonna get good again, so when she could bitch about Trump.
Yeah.
Because it's only that she retired because Biden was in office. She was like, I got nothing to complain about. Like,
yeah, I know, right?
Oh man,
a lot.
You know who I became friends with? I know that Bill's friend with him. Bill Owens is friends with them.
Oh yeah.
Nancy Savage.
Yeah. It's crazy.
You know how I learned about Nancy Savage? Because I did a connection like with Richard Bateman. Richard Bateman.
Yep.
He's connected to Nancy Savage.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I did that thing like if you look on YouTube, there's a guy named Brendan Snyder. He when he buys CDs, he looks at the artists, their connections to other artists. He buys that band.
Oh, okay.
He has some nice CDs. He has the Ripper Owens era.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool.
He also has Target Walls for the Damned. He has anything they're all connected bands.
Yeah, they are. They are. Some people only have Ripper Owens Iced Earth stuff and then didn't listen to I guess because Ripper came from Priest. I know some people like that have that in the chart. Well, and Charred Walls of the Damned wouldn't even exist without Iced Earth.
Nope.
That's Richard.
You know what else needs? My mom, her favorite singer was Leicester, Matthew Barlow.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, no, but Matt's the best. Matt's the best fit. I'm not saying he's like everybody has their own special vocal style, but
I love all of them.
I love them all too, but I felt like Matt was like he just fits like a glove, like
iconic.
Yeah. It's like it's perfect.
And you know that when I told my mom that I'm friends with Daria, she thought that was cool.
Oh,
my mom,
a real cool lady.
Yeah.
When she was in the hot, you can tell when I was worried about her, when I was posting like Iced Earth, I was listening to Iced Earth. That was my little thing to cool my nerves down.
I'm so glad that I'm so glad the music brings you healing like that, man. I'm really, really glad.
And when I had my stroke when I was 25, I started coming through that too.
I'm so glad.
I had a birth defect. You know that little hole you have in your heart that was to close up when you're born?
Yeah.
Mine's still open.
Oh.
I've also got heart surgery done this year.
Oh.
I'm nervous.
You're gonna be okay.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna be okay. You'll get.
If John Schaefer survived his back surgery and all that, I'll survive my heart surgery.
You will. You will, John.
Yeah.
Just give it to the Lord, man. He'll take care of it.
100%. 100%.
And it was me when I watched stuff about John Schaefer from my dad. You know what my dad said? He was screwed over.
Oh, yep, he was.
My dad hates metal, but likes. So my dad doesn't like metal, but he likes Ozzy.
A lot of people. Ozzy's pretty mainstream.
He lets me listen to Iced Earth in the car. He likes the music.
That's awesome. That's super cool. Hey, Bill. Yeah. Sorry. You were going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say. It's funny. People want to give Donald Trump a lot of crap for pardon the January 6th people, right? But my whole thing is right. Okay, Biden pardoned those people that was on the committee. So what are you trying to hide? You see what I'm saying? That's what gets to me. And like a lot of people said, you try to go find that footage or whatever it is, it's all gone. Like they destroyed all that stuff or whatever it is. So what is it? Again, like I said before, what is it you're trying to hide?
That's weird.
Know that whole thing was just a coup to get people all riled up to make Donald Trump look bad.
I didn't
And
think
like I
about
said,
that.
and I said, like I said, the whole media turned that thing into a big spectacle. That's what really got people riled up, because you think about something. Like I said earlier with the election, right? If you sit back and you think about it, okay, why did they make Biden out to be this dude? Like, first of all, I mean, the guy's walking around like he's uncoordinated. He only know where the hell he's at half the time. And I said, I've seen Ozzy do more coherent sentences than he has. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Ozzy needs a translator 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, I'm sitting here going, okay, y'all are like, this guy can't be fit for office.
No, he wasn't.
And so how did, the American people vote for this guy, knowing good and well that he can't be president because he's not
he's not like sentient in a way.
Yeah.
Like, I don't mean that. There's no way to put it. Did anybody notice that Donald Trump is on TV every single day and like every hour doing another interview and doing another meeting and like, holding up all of his executive orders with it, handing off the pens to give to the people.
Did you see when he signed at that parade, that indoor stadium parade?
Yeah,
he was signing the first batch of executive orders,
right? And he's like live in front of it.
And someone goes, "I want a pen," and he's like throwing out picks, like John tossing picks. He's tossing these Pardon pens. They're like prized possessions. He's like, "Hey, here you go!" Like he was flinging a hat or something.
Yeah,
it was fabulous.
Yeah,
but
he looks exhausted, but he's still sharp as he's as sharp as like a nail. He's just like.
Well, it's I know not everybody prays, but to our Creator, but we can do prayers of intercession on behalf of anyone and everyone, whether we like them, whether we hate them, whatever, and we just give it to God because He's a boss.
Yes,
so if somebody's being a jerk to you, I mean, I was praying, I told you, Rose, when we were in a hearing, that whole time I was just like between my ears, just like praying nonstop. And everybody was talking. I was like, God, shine your light, grace this person, bless them, including the prosecutor lady, including the judge, of course, all the rest of the legal team, and even the guys with their little typer, that were typing and stuff, all, and the bailiff and everybody.
I prayed for
those homeless people that were sitting across from us, and they just coming in to warm up, or cool off or whatever. God love them.
And my favorite part of the court date was the fact that everybody could hear my pen. That was because of you telling me to bring the felt tip pens. So if everyone was like, you were like, I heard you scribbling away, and then John's sister was like, I heard you taking notes.
That was great. But you know what? I mean, it's probably all these little details, like the crowd of friends and family that came. The fact that they could hear you taking notes means that if they thought they were going to jigger something in the transcript, they go, well, we have eyewitnesses that were taking notes. We probably were going to do this the right way.
I mean,
I don't want to speculate, but I always say that miracles are sort of a confluence of circumstances. And that there are no coincidences. But when it's like the same thing with disasters, like when you look at a plane crash and who is it? The I want to say ATF, but the FAA. So they come in and they go and they bring this like pieces of the plane into a giant hangar and they like jigsaw puzzle it all back together to figure out what happened. And almost in every case, it's consecutive failures, minor, unnoticeable, imperceptible things that in and of themselves wouldn't have caused it. But when it gets to be a critical mass of these things happening, and then all the failures occur at the same time, like dominoes going down, the plane crashes, right? So,
Yep.
part of it could be error, part of it could be acts of God, nature, weather. One thing got overlooked. One guy was like, it was bowling night, so he didn't tighten a bolt, tight enough, and the pilot didn't catch it.
Yeah.
So that's why. And it's the same thing with, like, for example, what I did in surgery, or like John on tour. I remember the one time their bus broke down.
Yeah.
And they had to wait, like, I'm kind of paraphrasing what he told me, but they were like waiting for a new bus to come so they can make it to the show, and
Crazy.
yeah. And so, but you just can't let it eat you up. You just got to go, okay, what's our next adaptation here, kind of thing,
Yeah.
and somehow, by the grace of God, things for the most part work out.
Absolutely. Thank goodness.
Mhm.
It's funny in talking about that, because I remember in that interview, the one he done with Eddie Trunk there, he was talking about he was actually supposed to have been in the studio that day doing the interview with him, but he had to do it over a phone or something, because he said something. He was on the plane and it took off and it had some kind of like trouble and they had to turn around and land or something other like that, or whatever. And it was like, and he was just talking about how like those things happen or whatever it is, and it was pretty cool. And speaking of that, what I think is kind of ironic was when I lived in New York, when I would fly home a lot, I would either fly out of like JFK or LaGuardia or whatever like that, or actually what would happen is I'd fly from Syracuse and I would land at like JFK or LaGuardia, and then I would take a flight from there to Charlotte. And anyway, I remember when that whole incident with the Miracle on the Hudson or whatever, and I'm sitting here thinking about that. And I was like, you know what? All the times I flew out of LaGuardia, that could have been me on that plane. You know what I'm saying? Because it was just like, and because it was a funny thing. That's where they were flying to, was Charlotte. And it was like, and I was like, man, I mean, all the times I flew into Charlotte from LaGuardia, and I was like, only the funny thing was usually I wouldn't like flying like January. It would always be around like December or like around like midsummer or something like that. But still, I just kind of think about how, that could have been me, and knowing my luck, it probably wouldn't have turned out as good as it did. Whatever, that's just how my luck is,
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah. And the other thing, how to avert disasters is kind of like how we try to live our lives, anticipate things that could go wrong. I always used to, when I was training, I came up with probably my first Dr. Obvious saying before I was Dr. Obvious. It's always better to learn from someone else's mistakes than to make them yourself.
Yeah.
Because you could go there by the grace of God. That could have been me.
Yeah.
But since I saw what happened with this guy making this error and the consequences of it, it's like, it really rams home a lesson of how to avoid disasters, and that really boils down to one huge thing: attention to detail.
Yep.
And commitment. And it is stressful. Like I said, I haven't taken a big deep breath in 4 years, and I didn't even realize it. Yeah, it's almost like a band was lifted off of me. I'm not talking a rock band. Like a barrel, one of those barrel. What do they call those metal things on a whiskey barrel?
Yeah.
Barrel stay. No, the stays are the vertical boards. The bands. Yeah, they were bands.
Yeah,
that's the kind of band I'm talking about. Yeah. And that's kind of what almost subconscious stress does to you. And that kind of stress is something that you set aside and don't look at. It's just it's like an occupational hazard.
Yeah.
Because you can't let your guard down. And it's hard for me now because, I mean, I saw an editorial in one of my neurosurgery journals, and it was from a neurosurgeon, and he was talking about how OCD he was loading the dishwasher. And he had a detailed explanation why everything had to go where it went. I'm like, I can relate.
Oh my.
But that's how we are. So we're all kind of weird when we're not in the operating room because you can't shut it off. You can try to be normal and, but that attention to detail is always going to be part of your nature.
Yeah.
That's how my dad is.
Mm-hmm.
He's an anesthesiologist.
Gotta be. You gotta be. You gotta be. You
Yep.
gotta be diligent.
He's going back to work next Thursday. He'll be 76 on February 1st.
Wow.
He has no hobbies.
God bless
He
him.
has no hobbies.
Mm.
Wow.
He's driving my mom nuts. He drive my little sister nuts. But man, we were driving down to help him move back up here from Laredo. My brother-in-law called us, and my little sister passed away.
Mm.
She went upstairs for the night, and her husband was downstairs. He heard a thump, a loud thump, and all that. He went upstairs.
Mm.
She was gone.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
That's so terrible, John. I'm sorry.
Metal Ben's Chronicles.
Somebody
That's
come
no bad.
in?
Oh, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Okay.
That's someone that's another Icer fan.
But
He's another Icer fan.
oh,
Oh,
nice.
okay.
Yeah, I've seen him in the group a few times.
I go live with him a lot too on his streams too.
Oh, nice.
He's a cool dude.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
On his YouTube channel, he did guitar style that fits John Schaefer style.
Yeah.
He's a John Schaefer fan.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, Rose, I was going to show you something. This is the version of Sons of Liberty that I have. I was telling you about it because you know how like yours had, and then this one actually I got it signed, which is pretty cool. But it has more of like the quotes and stuff in it from.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah, see, it has like it's the different ones from like you got.
Oh wow, I have that one too. I have both
Yeah, so
versions.
it's like right
don't
here it
have
says
mine with
like
me right now because I'm not at home, but I showed it on on one of the podcasts, and that has the one I have has all like the artwork. It was like the premium edition. It's almost like a hardcover book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so like this
I have
one
a joke.
has,
I have a
like,
joke case. So
it has like a quote, and then it says like, for instance, like this one, it says, I believe that banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. The issuing power should be taken from the banks and restored to the people whom it properly belongs. And it says like Thomas Jefferson, and it says 1743 to 1826. Third president of the United States and one of the founding fathers. So it's pretty cool how, it has like the quotes and who said it and like what president they were and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I was going to show you because I know you showed me the one that you had. And I think yours, the booklet like doesn't come out, right?
No, it's literally like I think she's getting it.
Yeah.
It's like a little hardcover book, and it's excellent. I mean,
Yep.
my mom had that CD too.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that album. I wish there was like a hard copy of the EP.
I know, right?
It's
I think it's reissued.
They did. They have one.
No, yeah, I wish it did.
Oh yeah, I wish he would do that. I mean, I would have. I mean, it's a lot right now with. Well, maybe when the lawsuits drop, maybe he can reissue some of that stuff.
Well, I know one time he did talk about thinking about releasing a vinyl version of the Sons of Liberty, and he was going to have the EP like as one. I don't know if he was going to do like one side was going to be the Brush Fires on the Mind, and then the other one was going to be, I think it was like Spirit of the Times or something. I think
maybe he would do like, because I would think that the Brush Fires of the Mind would be big enough to be at least one full vinyl or two.
Yeah.
And then I could see, this is where I don't know. This is my brain. There would be like a tinier like vinyl of the other one. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe like or he could just do like, or it'd just be on like one of the sides of like, say like say like Sons of Liberty might have been like an A, B, and a C side, and then the D side would be like Spirit of the Times or something, maybe.
Judas Priest did something like that where it was like recent too. It was like not well, I think it was Redeemer of Souls album.
Yeah.
They had they had the Redeemer of Souls album, and then they had they came out with a separate smaller it was called Seven Souls or something like that, and it was a vinyl.
Yeah.
I have both of them, and I have the Seven Souls inside the Redeemer of Souls.
Nice.
Because it fits.
Yeah.
Mellow Ben, you know what's neat about him? When I first started out learn how to do YouTube.
Yeah.
He was my influence to do videos.
Oh, nice.
Nice. That's super cool, man.
Oh, yeah.
That's super cool.
Oh, yeah.
And I was influenced by other people. I was also influenced by, other metal YouTubers and all that. I mean, it was Mellow Ben that got me influenced to do videos.
Yep.
He's a cool dude.
I tell you though,
He's the one
that right there is still one of my favorite EPs right there. The Reckoning EP. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys watch my. I don't know if you guys watch my.
Yeah, I have that.
I don't know if you guys watch my video. Sorry. I don't know if you guys watch my video of ranking of Stir CDs. You know what my number one was?
What's that?
This one right here.
Oh, Dark Saga, great album.
Rock on. That's
How I learned about this. And then what was funny? I used to read Spawn comic books back then.
Yep.
And when I saw this at Best Buy, if it was, or at Circuit City, I saw the Spawn cover. I was like, "Is this a Spawn soundtrack? The comic book?" This is the year before the movie came out. When I saw that, I did that. It was a blind grab. There was no YouTube back then. And it's my third copy.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know what happens to my other ones?
What?
I come on listening to it until I burn a hole in them.
Oh, wow.
Oh man.
That's crazy.
I gave them disc rods because I've been listening to it back to back. I used to take it to school.
That's so
I've
cool.
actually got two versions of that album, and one of them, the booklet actually folds out like this, like a sheet, and then there's one. I've got another one that's actually like a booklet.
Mm.
I had the booklet version.
Yeah. Yep. But
it has Matthew Barrett with his Lion's Mane.
There it is.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
It's still in the plastic because I have more than one.
Okay.
Yeah.
It does. It looks like it's got a little booklet in there though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
It's like connected to the book. It's like an actual book.
Yeah, it looks like it's stuck to the backing. Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's a hardcover,
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
like a hardcover book. So, anyway, with John's permission, I burned 2,000 copies and gave them away
Oh, that's
nice.
great.
of Brush Fires of the Mind.
Oh sweet.
Wow.
I bought a CD burner, that can like a tower,
Yeah.
really old
Yeah.
tech,
He
Where am I here?
he
So
was
you can see what I did
encouraging
here.
people. Wow, you made that look really nice. I remember he was encouraging people to burn it, and now I'm like every time if I because sometimes I revisit an interview. Now I'm going to think about you burning CDs.
Well, I took the
You're
funniest
talking about
thing was I want to say it was 2011, but it was the 70,000 tons of metal cruise, and I took as many of these as I could fit in my suitcase.
Oh wow.
And I went to every location on the ship where they were playing music, and I gave them these to play.
Nice.
And John goes, "I knew you did it. I was sitting there eating dinner, and I heard my music coming over the speakers, and I was giving them to the bartenders. I was giving them to people on the island. It's just like
Nice.
Sweet.
free music.
Yep.
So we were spreading the brush. Talk about that's how you start brush fires, right?
Yep.
You got a squirrely friend with a CD burner that wants to get the message out.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you could tell that's how I am right now with the Beamer and how I can't shut up about this medical therapy because it works.
Oh, that's all right.
It's it's just like it's that passion thing. But
Yeah.
that's was like I was like on a mission here. He didn't ask me
Yep.
to. He was just like, he couldn't believe I did it. He goes, wow, that's really neat.
Yep.
And
Look
yeah,
at this.
Oh, what's
Oh,
that?
nice.
I
That's
had the original, the original,
Naked Demons and Wizards.
demons. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
the
Okay.
one with the
Blaming
limited
the
edition
train.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Mhm.
Sweet.
It has that edited version of Beneath the Waves on it.
Oh, nice.
Look what I saved.
Eddie. Oh, like
Oh,
nice.
look at that.
That's that interview, ain't it?
Yeah. It's
Yep.
That's great.
Nice.
oh, and I also have on here Judge Napolitano, December 10th, 2010.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
And here we go. And Alex Jones with Ronald McDonald, but that
Mhm.
was John on there. December 7th. So 3 days apart.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
during that
Oh,
3-day window is when the sons-of-liberty.net page
Wow.
got fried.
I have
wow.
the interview. I found it on YouTube. The interview of it's like it just they have Spanish subtitles, but I have the whole interview of John on
Mhm.
Alex Jones on like YouTube.
Oh, yes.
That's
This
great.
was from my
Nice.
camcorder.
Oh my god, that's
Oh,
so
sweet.
cool.
Whoa.
Yeah. And the 9:30 Club was where the Sons of Liberty Ice Earth show was, where John opened for
Oh.
himself. Sons of Liberty was the opening act for Ice Earth.
That's so funny. It's so fun. Like every time I see it, I'm always like, wait, just John's not even playing guitar. He's singing in front of the band. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
that's why I sent you that We the People video, because I'm in that, everybody's in that.
Yeah, yeah.
Fat
I love that
Darko,
video.
I
Alex
watch
Jones
that
t-shirt
video all
on.
the time, and everyone's like, "Whoa, it's Obama and Bush!" Like, he doesn't like either of them. Nice.
They're cousins.
Who
Oh my
remembers this?
god, the Silver Surfer.
Whoa.
That's sick. That
Oh,
was
John,
nice.
did you see the music video for that?
Yeah,
It's the Spirit of the Times song.
yeah.
And I got a bunch of these from the producer. And then when I reached out to get the rest of them, because he said his basement was full of them, he had pitched them.
Oh,
And I don't know
Oh,
if that was in the
man.
back of my mind when John didn't want the t-shirts. I'm like, no. Because, I remember what happened. So I have a handful of these.
No, that's good.
And I don't even know what they sell for or anything, but I gave a lot of stuff away. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
just to, like you get, perform live and you're covering these songs and you're getting the word out and you're doing the podcast and everything people do. It's because we're excited about something really special and we're sharing it.
Yep.
Yes.
Nobody
Yeah.
gets paid to do it. Nobody is doing it for recognition or clicks or whatever. It's just like, hey, this is really cool. You
Yep.
know?
And I'm gonna say no hate on Stu, but the way John sings "Spirit of the Times" is just so much better. He's just more passionate.
Well,
You know?
well, that's the whole thing. I told John, when he you had the fabulous interview with Gene.
Yes.
You guys did, and where he was talking about John joining him in prayer and that type of thing. And I always sensed that God was working through John in his own way with his own,
Yes.
we all have imperfections, but we're all God's instruments. We are all, I'm like his rusty, broken tool in his junk drawer. He pulls me out sometimes to use. But seriously, yeah. It's
That's
like,
not
oh,
true.
there's that broken screwdriver, busted letter opener, This is me in God's junk drawer.
Yep.
Aw.
You can still use it for stuff.
Yeah, you can.
He's not done with me yet. But I told him, I said, you've always been God's instrument, whether you knew it or not, or
Yeah.
wanted to admit it or not,
Yep.
Absolutely.
'Cause,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said before, when I first discovered Iced Earth, I was going through a lot of, I was a really dark time in my life, and I've said this a few times in some of my other streams that had nothing to do with Iced Earth, but I would talk about Gene, or I was introducing people to Jacob's Well or whatever. I said, I honestly believe that God put put Iced Earth in my life to wind up meeting Gene, because we talk a lot and everything, and we always talking about like religious stuff or whatever it is, and if I have something I can go, hey, how you feel about this or whatever, you know, and so I, you know, like I said, like you saying, he used John in a ways that John never really realized, and you know, through his music and all that stuff, and people don't realize God knows what he's doing, and he has a plan, even if he uses things as you wouldn't think he would.
Yeah,
He has a purpose for everything.
he
you know?
does. He does. He does.
You know what? When I take a shower, listen to Ice Surf and all that.
Yeah.
When my cat Tiny's in there, I start singing in the shower. She looked at me like she's going to kill me. Look, she starts to meow at me because she tries to rescue me from the shower because I'm singing. She thinks I'm drowning.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Oh,
Our
you're
first
funny, John.
our first cat Nathan, he loved metal music. When I played Ice Surf on the computer back then, before I had an iPod and all that, you know, the cell phone. When I started playing on the computer, all I heard from coming down the steps meowing. Had to restart his favorite song. And I would never thought cats were like in music. Nathan went crazy for one song. It was I think it was "Blessed Are You,"
Okay.
and Nathan would sit on my lap, look at the computer screen. That cat was smart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cause you know what was neat about him? When we lived in Power Bluff. He would look both ways across the streets before he went from. He was a stray cat week before we got him.
Aw, I love cats.
He in Tiny, what, the little orange kitty I showed you at one time the picture of.
Yeah.
She her and her late sister, my little sister, she found him in a drain in her apartment building she used to live in.
Okay.
She rescued one. And 2 weeks later, her other sister, that's Tiny, that came out. If it wasn't for her getting Tiny, from what the vet said, she would have been dead in a week.
Wow. Well, lucky. I'm lucky. She's lucky that you found her. You know, that's so cool.
Hey
And
John,
Tiny will make.
What's that, Bill?
I've showed you this, but when I've only seen Ice Earth. I hate to say this, but I only saw him live one time, and that was at the Gramercy Theater there in New York City. But I took a bunch of pictures and I had it put in this groove book, and it's got like all these pictures of the band and like of Ice Earth and everything. Like it's got one of like Stu on the drum riser.
Yeah, you gotta hold it up a little more.
Yeah, it's
it's hard to find the
Oh, wait.
camera.
yeah.
There you go. Yeah, that
Whoa.
You've got like, and the thing about it, like this was like what you would do is you would take like 100 pictures and you would put it in this book. And the only thing they charge you for was like shipping or whatever.
That's
the whole
crazy.
thing was like free. It was pretty cool, but I mean, it's
cool.
like a loaded bunch of pictures of John.
Yeah, it's so
the
cool,
band
man.
and all that stuff.
It's really cool. I only got to see John once at the Demons and Wizards concert at the PlayStation Theater in New York City, and I'm still, you know, that I it was crazy because I had heard Iced Earth, but I had never heard Demons and Wizards, and I was like bursting into tears with like in that at that show. Regardless, it was so good, and the energy in the room was so high, and I like honestly never seen so much like love in a room like that, except Blind Guardian shows.
You know, and the funny thing about that too, right? Like when we went to see them at the Gramercy Theater, my girlfriend was like, you know, I just don't get it. I don't understand what it is that you like so much about this band. And then when she's seen them live, she was like, okay, now I get it. You know what I'm saying?
It's like an
energy. It was like, you know, because I got one of those little pins on. I bought it off one of those like European websites, but it had it's got a little pin on it, and it said like "fuck posers" on it or whatever it is. And I had that on my backpack and everything, and was like strutting across through New York City with like my "fuck posers" badge on or whatever it is. And I was like, yeah. And that was when that was where I think I bought the I think it was the 30th anniversary hoodie that brought out, the one with it's got like the ice guy on the with Seth on the back, and he's holding that crystal
Yeah.
ball or whatever it is.
Mhm.
That was so killer. I was like, yeah, I got to get me one of those. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We've almost been on for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Can you believe
Awesome.
that?
Yeah. You
know
get
what's
talk
funny?
about it.
I've had
Time
to buy
flies.
ice cream because it's still in the trunk.
Oh man.
I haven't turned the heater on in my garage though, so it's cool enough out there.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I mean, it's probably pretty cold to the point where you ain't got to worry about it. You could probably leave it
No.
overnight, probably, and it'd be all right.
So as of now, 220 likes on my video on talking about John's pardon for like 2
Nice.
seconds,
Mhm.
and 346 views on YouTube in like a couple of hours. It's like probably my
Sweet.
most popular video.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I just thought, okay, like I'm just like saying, hey guys, I heard about it, and that's it.
Mhm.
Everyone's going crazy. 30 comments already. It's like
And I was gonna say
hundreds of
this.
inboxes. Like, ugh.
I was gonna say this to you, Rose, earlier, and I forgot that I was gonna tell you this. But I think it's awesome that like you said, you came to Ice Earth kind of late. Like you discovered them in the Incorruptible and all that stuff.
I did, and
But
I'm not going to be a poser and pretend I was there.
No,
prior,
no.
so.
But no, what I'm saying, what's cool about that is that like all the stuff that you've done for John, and you haven't been like you haven't been a fan of the band as long as some of these other people have, me included, and some, like I said, those people that just when that thing happened, they just turned their back and haven't gone back. And I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, here's somebody that hasn't been a fan of the band that long, and yet sitting here doing all this stuff for John and supporting John and all this stuff. And you can tell, like, sometimes I want to say you can tell who the true fans are. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Oh yeah.
there's people that really understand like what their music and stuff does for him and just
Yeah.
John and I don't know. I just never understood all that. And I've always told people from the beginning to the end, I said, I'm not going to turn my back on John Schaefer and his music because, it was there for me in times when I had nothing else.
Oh yeah.
So it was like,
Yeah. Before
So-
I had heard Incorruptible, like what initially like attracted my brain to John, like it was like right before like we got the Incorruptible album, my Metal Dave said to me, I don't remember what the context was, but he was like, John Schaefer's not going to put up with that crap. And I was like, who's this guy in the industry that's not going to put up with crap? Let's hear this music.
Yeah, no, right?
Like he just, and I just started laughing, and like, I don't know, it was something like, he'll just get rid of that guy in Iced Earth. And I start giggling and stuff. And he's like, well, he is Iced Earth. And I didn't even know who he was at that point, and I was like, I need to hear this music now.
Yep. You're welcome, Adam.
Well, yeah. And by the way, Rose, thank you for setting the news reporter at the newspaper straight.
Yeah, at least
about
the
that.
Indie Star did something. The
Mhm.
Republic didn't say anything yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, and a friend of mine worked at the paper, but he's in a different line of work now. He got tapped, I guess, for some other kind of project, and
Sure.
I could have reached out to him and go, dude, fix this, but he's not in that role anymore.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
the paper's accessible. I mean, these people, they're in our community. We see them at events and things. So,
Sure.
but, and I don't know, this community I live in is quite a blend of different kinds of people. We've got an international group of people because I live in a town where there's a world headquarters for a huge industrial corporation.
Yeah, sure.
Manufacturing company. And they have workers coming in from all over the world, a lot of engineers. And so it's a cultural blend, and they
Sure.
are, let's just say tolerant, but there's also a lot of self-reliant, excellent people. So it's a good mix of everything, really. And
Sure.
whatever my neighbors, on this little cluster block I live on, whatever walk of life we're at, I'd help any of them anytime.
Yeah, sure.
whether they hate my skin color or my religion, or, you know, you need a bottle of water here, you know,
Yep.
Yeah.
you need a free Beamer session. Here you go.
Yep.
Yeah. I thought I was going to have to get on the Beamer and get a little battery recharge before I got on this, because I was so tired all day.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I got caught myself in a video doom scroll of shorts on YouTube last night.
Yeah.
And about 3 in the morning, I'm like, oh my God, how did that happen? Sorry, Jesus. You know, and I said my prayers and went to bed. But it was, you know, you start going, it's almost like your subconscious when you're doing, you're going, oh, that's stupid. That's stupid. That's cool. That's stupid. And it's like random stuff. I don't
And
know.
you've also been like dealing with this stuff, like the situation that happened to John, like more
Mhm.
like, you know, like firsthand, or more like, you know, you're closer to the situation. So I can imagine you're probably exhausted as well, because it's like, it's finally over. I could sort of like rest my brain a little bit about some things.
Yeah.
Like when the court date was over, I like crashed for like, I was like, whoa. And I didn't even realize how tired I was.
Mhm.
Until I put out that little post like, all right, guys, I need to go to sleep.
Yeah. Well, like the day he turned himself in, one of our mutual friends was over here at my house, and it was a Sunday, and we were having coffee, and she had a perfect look out the front window of my house. Like I'm sitting where I am, and she was sitting to my left here, and the windows to my right here. So I couldn't see down my driveway, but she could. She goes, there's a police car driving real slow past your house. And we did have a juvenile delinquent somewhere down in the neighborhood back then. So I said, well, maybe, you know, I mean, I'm sure they tagged all of us that were there. I was a quarter mile away.
Yeah.
From, and we should do a separate, I got to work on it. I got to do the research on that piece I told you about, the behavior changes of the people between the Washington Monument area and the Capitol building.
Yeah.
The level of agitation was off the chart.
Yeah.
And, you know, my brain science, neuroscience, and not mind control, but actual certain frequencies and energy pulses. They're called non-lethal weapons. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is real. This is not made up. This is not tinfoil hat. And the crazed behaviors of some of the people in that Capitol building on those cell phone videos pretty much in the back of my mind, had me thinking about this, because I couldn't shut my brain off when I got home. And I started going through my phone to see what pictures I had taken and what videos. And I came across one that was like a black screen. Oh, what the heck's this? I had two devices, an old cell phone and a newer cell phone. And I don't even think it was this one. And I had battery packs in my jacket all over because the batteries kept discharging. So I was changing devices to try and catch as much stuff recorded as possible and take pictures. And there were no texts, no calls going through by the time Trump got on stage. I could take pictures, but the wind was blowing. The weather was manipulated because it was way colder and windier than the live forecast was. And it was the most bizarre thing. You just had this sense of like that sense of foreboding again, just like it was just a bad vibe from the minute I got into the city limits. And I'm sure just people being, you know, tense on all sides.
Yeah, sure.
Because, you know, I personally think, and I don't know how you feel about this, Rose, but on one level, I would say that the court system people, yes, they have their own political bent, but I think the evidence provided to them by law enforcement kind of gaslit them too, to polarize them against the the people that were there to literally peacefully protest, address their grievances, you know?
Yeah.
And, there's so many good reports on that now that have been out. People like Steve Bannon and Alex Jones. I mean, they just never stopped talking about what are they called? Not crisis actors. Agent provocateurs were going in and cutting the fencing down and telling people, go here, go there, you know?
Yeah.
And so it was, again, one of those perfect storms, like a plane crash, where too many things a lot of it was organized and pre-planned ahead of time to set people up and entrap them. You know,
Yes.
that's my opinion, but it's pretty clear that a lot of people are saying that even on mainstream media.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And so they were basically like you know, a school of fish being steered into this, I don't want to call it a kill box, but basically where it's, you know, where you're trapped. And then they pounced on them and they had all this video and all this stuff. And, you know, then they start prosecuting. They're still going after people. So, yeah, I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah, it really was. It really was.
But yeah, the day John turned himself in, my friend saw that cop car go by. And then I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know, I was just like, come what may, right?
Yes.
And so we kept talking, and then she had the perfect view up my driveway, you know, like going, I have the wall, so I'd have to stick my head out halfway over my kitchen table to see this. She goes, those two cops are walking up your driveway and they parked their car further away. So they're like walking they parked their car across the street from my house and like catty corner, and then walked up my driveway. And then I answered the door, and you know, thank God I wasn't wearing like Sons of Liberty and Iced Earth and fuck posers and everything else. I was wearing my Harley Davidson hoodie and my Harley Davidson sweatpants. And these two officers said they were with the police, but they were plainclothes, but they had their armored vest on. And the one lady cop that came to the door to do the knock and talk, whatever, to ask where John is. It's like, how do I know? I haven't seen him. And they were just kind of rude and pushy. And the woman was really short, and I had to really compose myself so I didn't start laughing. Did you see Napoleon Dynamite?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, this lady. Okay, you ready? Okay.
Yeah.
This lady had like a headband on because it was cold out.
Okay.
And I'm freezing, right? I don't even think I had shoes on, but I just stood outside my door. I did everything wrong. I mean, I shouldn't maybe open the door, but I thought, well, you know, what are they going to do? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
sure,
they could have
sure.
shot and killed me, but so the cop
If
was
I
a young
talk to
man.
the cops, I go outside too. I don't invite them in. It's
Yeah, the male police officer is younger than this female, and this female had like a Napoleon syndrome. But the thing that I almost died inside, I was laughing my ass off, right? She had this like those little like headband, like flash dance or something, headband kind of thing.
yeah,
on.
yeah.
And she had a blonde ponytail coming straight up out of her head, like that girl selling candy or cookies in Napoleon Dynamite. Remember the one he made cry at the door?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And all I was thinking was like, she's at this door and they're supposed to be good cop, bad cop, you know, like scaring me. And all I could think of was Napoleon Dynamite while they're talking at me. And the second thing you know, I was not incorruptible, but I was unintimidatable because I've learned enough about the law and the duties and oaths of the police officers that are public servants for us. And these are part of the police force that are my patients as well. And so, like I said, it's not a big town.
Yeah.
And I noticed, like, out of not corner of my eye, but just looking past the cop's shoulder, the male, that down the little side street, there's a tiny cul-de-sac, like right across the street from me. There was a U-Haul minivan pulled up. It's like, what's that doing there? And then it like slowly go around the corner and down the street, you know. And then so they start asking me, peppering me with questions, and they got the lady with the ponytail, Napoleon Dynamite girl. She was getting more agitated while the young guy was just staying calm, like good cop, bad cop. But on his hip, it looked like a freaking cannon. I've never seen a gun like this. It was and I wanted to go, wow, cool gun, you know, and they had their body cameras on and stuff. But again, I had to just like, you know, be Ed McMahon and just stand there. And so I did. And they gave me a veiled threat, and they started, the lady started screaming at me about, he's a fugitive from justice. I said, whoa, what are you talking about? I didn't hear any of this, you know, and I was paying attention to the news. I didn't hear any of this. And he was what did they say? Fleeing fugitive from justice and fleeing from the law or something like that. And he wasn't doing either. He was like in the process of like turning himself in. I found out later.
So crazy.
And so they obviously didn't get the memo. So they,
Yeah, really.
you know, and it turned out that I guess DC contacted the Indianapolis FBI, and I'm having to piece this together again. I don't have the, you know, obviously I don't have the leaked tape or anything.
Yeah,
But,
sure. You could probably request that body cam.
Yeah, and but the gist of it was at the end, I asked, well, you have a warrant, don't you? And the cop's like fumbling with his phone, and then he like pretended like he was making a phone call. Like, no, I don't. He goes, well, if he does show up here, will you get a hold of us? And he didn't give me a card, didn't give me a number. I said,
That's weird.
Yeah, I said, I'll alert the authorities. What do you mean you'll alert the authorities? I'm thought, what, do you get some kind of bounty if you turn, you know? It was just like, why were you so belligerent? Because I was just stating what a law-abiding citizen would do, is alert the authorities if I got word that, it's like when a missing kid's on the block and you see a kid that's described like that.
Yeah.
Don't you call the authorities?
Yeah.
You know? But why would I call him personally? That it just didn't make sense.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
And then finally, when they were finally flustered enough with me and my unintimidatability, I said to them, I said, well, good luck. And they go, you're going to need it. They threatened me.
Oh, God.
So my friend's sitting here holding her cup of coffee going, what just happened? And they actually, turns out the lady cop with the Napoleon Dynamite ponytail, she actually violated their scope of, I just saw this on a YouTube video about trespassing on your property.
Wow.
Because she saw my friend's car in the driveway and who she had backed in. She walked around to look at the license plate.
Wow.
Uninvited and without my permission. And what I learned, and you guys can back me up on this if you've heard this before, it was a word, it sounds like yogurt, but it's curtilage. Curtelage. And it's covered under the Fourth Amendment. That your curtilage is not to be encroached upon, and that is that area around the outside of your house. And unless they have a warrant or probable cause, which they had neither, because I'm sure the FBI was tracking his phone, they would certainly know he wasn't there, you know?
Yeah.
So I just learned that last night. I'm like, that was
sounds like they just wanted to like, they probably were aware and they probably just wanted to like check you out or something.
Oh, yeah. I heard another story that they asked another guy they harassed. I'm not going to go into detail, but they were asking about me. And I guess the guy said, she's a doctor, leave her alone. I thought that was cool. But yeah, that's all kind of like the inside backstory crazy. And so, but you got to be ready for this kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, you do.
You know, all of us are. I mean, that, and again, I got to give John the credit for making us aware of history and the how this nation came to be when the colonists were 97% or more totally okay with being subjects of the king and being, you know, paying the tea tax and everything else. And you got these other people going, no, we bugged out at Europe and all these places for freedom. You know, we were promised freedom, you know, and prosperity. That's why we're here. Now you want to take it away from us again?
Yeah, right.
You know, and so, I mean, yeah, John's sense of right and wrong and him being such an excellent student of history. That's why you have albums like The Glorious Burden.
I know.
And he literally could teach a college class in historical battles. You know, he's kind of like the Sabaton guys. There you go, bro. And but look at that and look at those lyrics and you just see how all these things are embedded in his personality.
DNA.
In his DNA, it literally, in his DNA. And his dad was patriotic, his mom's patriotic. I mean, and by patriotic means love of country. Okay,
Yep.
Not love of party, it's love of country.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, my parents were patriotic too, and they were school teachers. So the union told them to vote Democrat, so they voted Democrat because they were told to. And that's kind of like back in the 60s, that was okay, I guess, because
Yeah.
that's the way things rolled in Northwest Indiana, south side of Chicago,
Sure.
Gary, that part of, I call it, no, and I don't want to say, I had my hometown is great people. I love them to pieces, but I can't live there. I just can't.
Yeah, sure.
But it's anatomically related to the city of the big shoulders. Kind of called it the armpit because we had the oil refinery, steel mills, and it was real stinky up there. But
I know you guys. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Anyway, so all this was going down. So when the police finally left after threatening me, and I closed the door, I told my friend, I said, "This is bullshit." I literally said that to her. I said, "I'm calling 911." And I got on the phone with the cop at the police department on the 911, and I said, "I just want to contact you and let you know I was visited by 2 individuals that didn't identify themselves and were dressed as police officers. And their behavior was very troubling. And, I was being very professional because, again, like I got a career and stuff, right? And well, it was kind of over by then, but still, I've been in this community that long a period of time. And the staff officer that answered the phone goes, "Hold on, please." And the duty sergeant comes on. And I said, "What just happened here at my house?" He goes, "Oh, I know what that's all about." So he proceeded to tell me how they were contacted. This is where the story about the FBI. He goes, I said, "Oh, they must be the ones that are here." He goes, "Oh no, they're there for sure, but you're not going to be able to see them." And I stood in front of my window, and that minivan was literally at the end of my driveway on the other side of the street. I said, "Yeah, I think, well, there is this U-Haul minivan parked like right across it from the end of my driveway. I bet they're in there." And he's like, And wouldn't you know, and I did that on purpose because if they wanted to read my lips or have a parabolic microphone to hear who I was calling on my phone after those guys left, because that's why they stuck around, they hauled out of there. That van just gone. But right before and the thing was, while after the police left, while I was on the phone with the sergeant, a guy got out of the passenger side through the sliding door of the minivan, and he goes around the front of the van and pretended like he was knocking on the door of my neighbor's house across the street, but all their cars were gone. So they weren't home. They were at Granny's having, Sunday brunch. And you know what he was wearing?
What?
You see those Patriot front guys?
Yeah.
With the tan pants and the navy windbreaker?
Yeah, I think so.
It didn't say FBI or anything, but it was just like they got standard uniform.
Yeah.
It's like, because when I saw the Patriot front stuff later, the provocateurs, it was like, oh, that's what that guy was wearing. This must be their standard issue incognito clothes.
Wow.
What? I don't know. But so that was my very strange day.
Man.
So yeah, was I thinking hard about all this? Was I thinking about stuff like behavior, afflicting people's behavior and their mental state? Literally, your level of agitation, consciousness. If you get hit with the wrong kind of energy, you're going to suddenly have a fight or flight type response.
Yep.
And it's almost past the point that you can control it. And this is actual science. You can look up the patents. You can look up all the scientific articles about these type of things. I saved the article that I did find about the non-lethal weaponry using infrasonic and subsonic pulses and low frequency, and that at the proper power levels, they can be lethal.
Yeah.
Cause things like heart attacks and strokes and gut problems, things, all the things that were happening to people around the Capitol building.
Yes.
And so obviously this is all presumptive, and it was just Daria's little Dr. Obvious theory that nobody cared to listen to. And I was shadow banned anyway. So even if I did put some, shoot up a signal flare, nobody saw it. And then And just here in the last week, I kind of like set it aside. It's like, okay, nobody wants to hear this. They're going to think it's tinfoil hat, whatever. It's like, I know the neuroscience. I've seen this. I know what magnetic brain stimulation can do. We actually researched it to stimulate, put a magnetic coil on some side of someone's head, and you could literally stimulate the motor cortex and have the limb on the opposite side move. And it was a means by which that they were exploring at the time to monitor spinal cord function, okay, and to see if you can get a response beyond where the surgery site is, like let's say in the neck. Yeah. And if suddenly the arm twitching muscle that you elicited by stimulating the brain changes, then oh, wait a minute, the pathway's been disrupted. Hey doc, check what's going on in there and make sure we get the signals back. And I never used it in surgery because the problem, getting that powerful magnetic stimulus right up against your brain through your skull, you can kindle a seizure.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So even the beamer, they said, don't put it on your head, and you don't have to. You get a beneficial effect of blood flow throughout your body without, risking something like that. And it's like way lower energy. It's at the energy level of the Earth's electromagnetic field. So it's no stronger on your body than laying on a beach blanket at the beach or on a picnic blanket at the park, where your body's in contact with the Earth. So, but it's a more controlled signal that's very safe and effective for stimulating circulation. And because of that, you don't have the variability and unpredictability of what people call earthing and grounding, where sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and I don't know about you, but I don't want to stand barefoot out in the sub-zero weather to be in contact with the earth, but I can be on my bed laying on my beamer mat and get a better response, circulation wise. So yeah, that's why I said I've been researching a lot of this energy therapy, and I used energy therapy in my career. TENS units, spinal cord stimulators, drug pumps, you name it. Deep brain stimulators for Parkinson's disease. So this was my wheelhouse for decades. And then the neuropharmacology side too. That's a whole other story. But it's amazing to me what was going on in places like Iraq.
Yeah.
And John, I think you might have seen some of those messages, from some of the other people in the group, when I started talking about this 4 years ago or so. Yeah. One of the guys goes, oh yeah, we use that on the crowds all the time in Iraq. And they showed you the part about like burning people with the microwaves that they were shooting at them. But this is a different signal. Okay. It's sonic. It's not microwave.
It's crazy.
It is. Yeah. It's crazy. And it's infrasonic and subsonic. And, but the article that I found about it 4 years ago, and it was actually published in 2016, vanished off the internet like 3 or 4 times. And somebody else would find it and say, oh, hey, look at this cool article, and then it would vanish again. So of course I have PDFs saved everywhere and printing copies. But yeah, it's just wild. I'm trying to copy this to somebody and I can't, but that is an area I want to reinvestigate. And I'll tell you why. Somebody commented, and I don't know if it was the guy that was one of the guys that was on with Tucker Carlson.
Okay.
That was talking about all this wild medical stuff. But somebody made a comment in passing that Milley admitted to using non-lethal weaponry on the crowds on January 6th.
I would believe it. Maybe that's why he was part of the reason why he was pardoned or something,
Mm-hmm. But see, he was unapologetic about admitting to that.
Yeah,
it was supposed to all be super secret, squirrel top secret when they were doing it.
Yeah,
literally using weapons. See, you know how illegal this is? Unconstitutional. Using military weapons on the American people. The last time they got in hot water with that was when they were the National Guard shot the students and killed them at Kent State.
Yeah. Yep.
And it made a big stink for decades, and then all of a sudden now these guys think they can use, do what they did. And manipulate people. They were manipulating cell phone signals.
Yeah. And, that's so crazy.
Yeah. And when I was talking to
that's scary.
Oh, it was like I tell you, I did not know why I was I'm going to say I was sent there because I did not want to go, but
Yeah.
I had just like, I had to be there kind of thing. I mean, I was the one making it happen, and I ultimately made the decision to make it happen. But I just felt like it wasn't something I wanted to do. It was something I had to do. And on the way home, it dawned on me, maybe I just was sent there to bear witness in the context of my scientific background, my paying attention to detail. We were all kind of like our heads were on a swivel because Antifa was like all surrounding me where I was at. They were on that hill, on that mound of the Washington Monument. And
I knew that was going to happen.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I kept telling people it was happening.
Oh, and another guy in the beige Dockers in a blue windbreaker was trying to talk the 70-year-old guy with the 30-foot flag standing next to me, Trump flag, to go into the building. And I was down on the other side of this guy. And I looked over at him. I said, that's a really bad idea.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And that guy, even when because we walked together, we were heading back the same direction, and we all stopped and kind of were watching what was going on at a distance. And we got there after a guy walking behind us said his mom called from Atlanta or something, said they just shot and killed a woman in there. And then we crossed that boulevard and got to the other side and just huddled underneath the street light. Because I tried to walk closer in, onto that, it's called Union Square lawn.
Yeah.
I felt like I was being hit by a force field. It was like, no, And part of it was like, I don't want to do this. Part of it was, I got to get back to my hotel room. I'm freezing and I got to pee. It was like all this stuff. So, it wasn't just one thing. But I said, I'll just stop and wait and we'll watch. And that guy was still going, we should go in there. I'm like, no.
Thank God. Thank God.
I think it was a puppet.
I would not let him do that because it turned out he was the older brother I've known since I was a kid because my best friend in grade school, that's her older brother. And that's how we kind of found each other because she said, hey, can you find my brother? And I went, yeah, sure. And so she gave me his number and we connected and he was,
wow.
So we were walked there together and walked back because we were both by ourselves. And so it's safety in numbers kind of thing. But yeah, just to see how they were trying to manipulate people. And I can't help but wonder, an old man like that,
why would he?
Feeling the motivation, still the drive to go into that building. And I'm going, no way.
Yeah.
If I had to, he'd have to drag all X number of hundreds of pounds of me there with him. I wasn't going to let him do it.
Yeah.
His sister would never forgive me.
Well, thank God you were there to tell him not to.
Oh yeah. But it was like, it's like, why isn't this, again, excuse me, but why wasn't this more obvious?
Yeah, right. You're getting tired, Bill. I could tell you. I know you got to get up early.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Well, the last crazy part of this, of my
Sorry.
direct observation, and then I'll shut up, was what happened with the dogs in front of me.
Oh, you're awesome.
They were standing at, their little barefoot paws. These two like German Shepherds or Malinois or something, and their owners were chatting with each other starting around 2 p.m. And in about 10 minutes, the dogs were sniffing each other, wagging their tails, and all of a sudden they wanted to kill each other.
Wow.
Like a switch at 10 after.
That's scary.
That's
I
said, a really good observation too.
And I went, whoa. And they had a fight to pull they literally wanted to kill each other. And they were close enough to me. I could have walked up to them, but it was maybe 20 feet away. But I saw everything. And I forgot about that. But when I started going through my phone and I came on that blank screen, the phone in my pocket that I was recharging recorded all the audio.
Wow.
And you could hear the dogs going. I'm like, whoa.
Wow. Well, that's a sharp observation too. Like, like noticing the difference in behavior. So it's because you're good with the brain,
Well, it was again, it's like heightened awareness in any kind of stressful situation. And it was so out of character because, like I said, the dogs were just fine. Everybody was chill, but they flipped that switch.
Yeah.
And I've got all that, and I've got it all saved. And that's why I think when I heard somebody quote Millie as saying they did this.
Wow.
And son of a bitch, I was right the whole time.
I wonder how many people have no idea why they decided to go inside, like if you interview them or, I wonder how many people.
I don't know what came over me kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the paper, I keep saving it over and over again. Let's see here, non-lethal. Searching on my phone is really hard sometimes.
Yeah, sure.
Infrasonic weaponry.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
That's what it's called. So, and these are, the attacks are coming from all directions. And this was just somebody else's blog post about this. But here, oh, this is the title. Here's the title right here, guys. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Yes.
The
I just got a little bit.
Yeah, I'll read it to you.
Interesting. Yeah.
Paper on the use and effects of military acoustic weapons, infrasonic, sonic, and ultrasonic frequencies. Okay.
Yeah.
I never heard of this before. I feel so silly.
And again, and maybe, you know, to the credit of working with the Beamer device and understanding how oscillating waveforms can be physiologic and natural and beneficial. And it's just like music, you know, how we've been talking about music all night and how it affects us, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So you can have good music and you can have bad music.
Yep.
You know, look at what John, I remember one time they got that bad feedback from the speaker. He called it, oh, shut that off. It's the brown note. He goes, yeah, if that thing goes long enough, everybody will shit their pants. I'm like, seriously?
Oh, wow.
And I was like, I remember that. It's like, oh, brown note. But see, that's what you can do with sound. It's very powerful. And they have this stuff down to a T. And that's why all these cell towers going up in 2020. And even when you're at the day that happened, I walked from the Washington Mound down the mall, but I was on the sidewalk in front of all the Smithsonian museums.
Yeah.
And between each museum, they had erected chain link fencing and tucked back like in line with the front of the building. So it was away from the side, it didn't block the sidewalk, in other words. They had these white flatbeds that had pop-up cell towers on them.
Wow.
Between every building, I'm like, that can't be good. You know? And when I saw this picture about the, oh, come on, stupid thing. Let me see if I can, let me do this, that. But there was a picture of, let me see if I can get this photo up. You know, it's really annoying when things don't load when they should.
Yeah.
Pete Hegseth has been confirmed.
Oh yeah, that's good news. Okay, here you go. Here you go. Look at this. This is from that article that keeps disappearing off the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
See that thing? It looks like a snare drum or a bass
drum.
Yeah. And see how that guy's standing behind it, but he's directing it?
Yep.
Okay. Those were on those pop-up towers.
And
they were painted white, and they were dish like that. Or not a parabolic dish, but it literally looks like a flat drum. You guys are musicians. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I saw this in the pictures before, in the picture of the articles in the past. I'm always wondering what that was, too.
Now you know that's a transmitter. It's an emitter. Okay. And so, yeah, they were having all those microphones up, and they had jamming equipment up, too, because, like I said, we couldn't even make a phone call. You couldn't make a call. You couldn't send a text. You couldn't upload a photo. You couldn't do anything. You couldn't access the internet.
I believe that. I know. I'm sure. I know that. I heard that. I heard it happened prior to this.
And the two Antifa guys that were right in front of me with their little backpacks, they were using walkie-talkies. And you could really tell who they were, too, because they were all pasty gray. They all came from Seattle, Portland. They were all flown in. You know, they were talking about the bus loads of agitators.
Yeah.
And they were so out of character, and they're all chain smoking, but they literally look like they look like vampires. I'm not kidding you. It was the most ashen gray skin. So they stuck out like a sore thumb. You know, you had healthy looking grandmas, or like the 70-year-old guy next to me with the 30-foot flag. I mean, it was crazy. I think it's like putting it together and running it way up there. I'm sure it's on some of the videos. If you look at some of those videos panning across up by the Washington Monument, you could see his monster flag there. I was standing right next to him.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But, you know, like Chansley walked right in front of me, and those guys that were all dressed like the paramilitaries with the same uniform, they look like they walked off a movie set, that
Yeah.
were bashing in the front door. They marched right in front of me. You
Oh
know?
wow,
So I
wow.
was like, seeing all this stuff going on, this ain't right. You know, and the people with that guillotine thing, they walked right past us when we were near the Capitol building there and headed onto the lawn.
Yep.
But yeah, it was the most bizarro field trip I ever went on in my life.
Wow.
Sure, it sounds like it. Wow.
Yeah. And so no wonder why I couldn't breathe for 4 years.
Yeah, for real. Jeez,
right.
what a story.
Yeah, to be in the middle of it and to be aware in the middle of it, because a lot of people weren't, you know.
Yeah.
And but to see the change in the behavior, and if you go to ProPublica, there's a website. All you have to do is search what Parler saw. That's the title of the article, and it's every cell phone video upload people put on Parler, and it's on a timeline and with a map. And they have 3 different color bars. They have one for around DC, another one near the Capitol, and then a third one in the Capitol. And as I was just panning through them all, because you got to kind of scroll fast, you could see the difference in people's body language. Their eyes were bugging out inside the building. They're hyper agitated. And that's the other thing that tipped me off and kind of pieced all this together. And it was actually, John, it was one of the guys from the Facebook group that got a hold of me. And because we're both here in
Samuel.
And he's the one who told me he spotted John on one of those cell phone videos, and he sent me the link for it. And then I spotted John on a second video, like 2 or 3 minutes later. And the one he caught him on, it was like his back, but you could see that blue jacket.
Yeah.
Was when they were pushing into the hallway. And then the video, like 2 or 3 later, it was like 4 minutes later. No, it wasn't even that. It was like 2.5 minutes later. You could see I was looking for the blue jacket. He was up against the wall, tucked down like this, almost out the door.
Yeah.
More than halfway back. So him being in, that's what I was telling you about. It's like, it was less than 10 minutes, but it was actually more like probably less than 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? And that's the kind of thing I hope they get into the granular detail and really hold some people's feet to the fire and really get that footage and show, because that shows the misconduct. If it's true, if what again, this is all hypothesis.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm not going to, I don't want to discredit anything or anybody, but just what's going through my mind. I'm just telling you what's going through my mind as I'm trying to piece things together and see this pattern. But if the law enforcement entities, Capitol Police, Nancy Pelosi, FBI, that presented evidence to the prosecutor didn't present raw footage, but maybe extended footage to make their claim,
Yes.
then that caused the prosecutor, who probably felt like they were acting in good faith with their bias, if they have it, and they took, because that police officer, they could take an oath not to do stuff like that. Right?
Yes.
And if they did that, if they tampered with the raw evidence to make an argument that was false.
Yep.
I pray to God, Pam Bondi or whoever's looking at this stuff doesn't leave any of these tiny little stones unturned.
Yeah.
And that's why I wouldn't shut up about it. I wrote everybody. I was reaching out to everybody I could think to reach out to. And, obviously it's just like you're screaming into the void. Nobody's paying attention.
Yeah.
And really very few people, and there were people in the medical and neuroscience area, my colleagues, that were, and military veterans too, that pretty much validated my hypothesis as far as agreeing with it was plausible that was happening. Can't prove it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't walking around with a Geiger counter. Was anybody else walking around with EMF emitters to see what these towers were putting out? No, we wised up to all that since then, but that day, people were caught unawares.
That's scary.
No, it was crazy. I was praying the whole time. I was just thanking God. I did able to briefly talk to John, like I said, when he got back to his hotel room, and I knew he was bugging out the next morning. And that's the last time I talked to him. So like I said, when the cops came looking for him at my house, He's like, hadn't talked to him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't know where he was. You know, he didn't tell anybody where he was, you know, so he was following his lawyer's advice and letting the lawyer take care of everything. So that's why I kept my mouth shut.
Best thing to do. Yeah.
That's why when you guys were talking about in the previous video, the wrap up of the hearing, how frustrating it was that John had to sit there and suffer all those slings and arrows of false accusations and the derisive remarks against his character from the likes of Dee Snider.
I know.
Again, thank you. Shout out to Razor Fist. Oh my God, I love that man.
I know. I'd love to have him come on.
Oh,
I like him. He's funny.
He's brilliant. My dad would have loved him because my dad was an English teacher, and his narrative ability and his vocabulary and his ability to use the English language perfectly would have made my dad proud. He would have laughed his ass off at those.
He's so funny, and you know, I Metal Dave. He likes him now, but initially he was upset because, you know, he insulted some of the other band members and Dave's neutral and whatnot, and it's just funny because I was like, well, but Razor Fist has a pleasant smile. I know he's a good person. It's like, you've got to give him a chance. He loves John, and he's just passionate about how much he loves John. And
well, I think, and you know, he did admit that, you know, obviously saying he loves the music, but he saw through the garbage.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he's ever met John. I don't know. He'd have to tell you, but.
Yeah, probably not. No, he just could. You know, I don't know. He did, but he definitely could just see through all the garbage. Like it just whenever he does those like little snippets, it's great. Like, you know, I love those videos. I loved his breakdown of like the history of Abraham Lincoln too. That was crazy. I don't know if you ever saw that. Like he did a really good job on that.
Well, I liked it when he had the video of John. Walking in DC, giving everybody a history lesson.
Yeah. Did
that one and that little clip, which they tried to use against him because that's we're not going to let him get away with this, you know, and tried to twist that. And they admitted to that at the hearing that, well, you had these, you know, inflammatory remarks on a previous, you know, and that was on the Stop the Steal rally, I think from November. Again, I think anyway, but
yeah, that's November. Yeah, that was
So like
I love that video of him. Honestly,
I think he was on their radar, and when that music vanished before January 6th, that told you everything you need to know because you know the lyrics in those songs. And Rose, thank you for getting them all back up.
Oh, anytime. I'll keep doing it.
I dug through my desk and I found my disc that I had burned from the, you know, the digital recordings. And I uploaded them to my Telegram channel first. And I got all the lyrics off to one of those lyric websites. And I still have all those links to my Telegram channel if anybody needs them.
Nice.
And I even sent them to Razor Fist. I said, do you have these? This is what happened. You know, and I told him a story about, you know, I messaged him and said, hey, this music disappeared. And nobody seemed to say a word about it. It was one of those eerily unobserved events. And to me, it was monumental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I felt like the little kid on the Titanic going, there's an iceberg out there. Oh, little Jimmy, go back to bed, you know?
Yeah.
You know, it just sounds like they were trying, like, just sounds like they were trying to get him. You know what I mean? Like, they're just, but, you know, like before January 6th and everything, they're taking down the music and stuff. They were messing with the website prior to that. Look, really, like they were just waiting for him to do something that they could bother him with.
Yeah, and when you
for a long time, probably.
Yeah, well, look at all the check boxes that are checked.
Yeah.
For an international suspect.
Yeah.
Okay. They know how many times he's been in and out of the country. They know how many countries he's been to. They know his tax records. They know where he's worked. They know his social media. They knew everything about him and even who he was talking to on his cell phone. That's why they admitted he wasn't in those other chat groups.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's what they were trying to. They were trying to tell the public that John was in with that bunch.
Yes.
And then the judge and the prosecutor had to admit at that sentencing hearing, oh no, there was no evidence at all that you were in any of that. There was no evidence you caused any physical property damage, and there's no evidence that you harmed anyone.
Yep.
We got the videos. I'm like, yeah, no shit. We've been telling you that the whole time.
Yeah. Well, you know, I wanted to ask you a question, and it doesn't really have to do with that, but do you believe that COVID was kind of blown way out of proportion?
That's an excellent question. And this is one of the first things that I had a bad feeling about in early 2020.
Yep.
First, I caught something, or I came down with something, let's put it that way, because I had to have my tonsils out.
Mm-hmm.
Since I was a little kid, they were huge. I should have had them out when I was 5 or 6. I lived with them for 55 years. And I also lived with, now in retrospect, I lived with obstructive sleep apnea, and there were probably more than one time I could have died in my sleep.
Yeah.
You know, especially being by myself and everything. And it never happened by the grace of God. But on Christmas Eve, I think it was right before New Year's. It was between Christmas and New Year's. I that Monday I felt really run down. And I went to bed early on New Year's Eve because I was really tired. And on New Year's Day, I woke up and I felt like I was breathing through a straw. So I look in the mirror and my left tonsil's over on the right side of my throat. Past the hangy down thing, it was like pushed it over. I'm like, these suckers are coming out. So I had to wait till the next day, January 2nd, to get a hold of the ENT. I said, dude, we got to get him out. And he saw me like 5 days later and goes, yeah. So on January 23rd, same day they closed the country down with COVID, is the day I had my tonsils out. I was scheduled to take one of those bucket list trips to Australia. I had to cancel it. Luckily, I had the insurance to cover that. But so I lost my trip because I figured if I get on a plane with these tonsils, I could suffocate up at 30,000 feet flying over the Pacific. And like it was a no-go. Yeah. And so I had my surgery. So I'm like laying on the couch just watching all this shit unfolding, right? With the COVID stuff. And so, of course, I start researching. I found the Pfizer white papers on the Pfizer vaccine just by going through my academic research access. Yeah. And I started reading about it. And in there, point blank said, this was not studied in pregnant women. Do not give it to pregnant women. It is in other words, they had all these do not do these things. Prohibitions, if you will, or contraindications. So no, don't use it. What's the first thing they did?
Yeah.
Mommies, unborn babies, newborn babies, and it was like literally a maternity genocide. And it lit the fire under one of our wonderful doctors, Dr. James Thorpe, who you may or may not know, but he's one of my colleagues and a dear friend. And he is one of those military veterans that is on a mission from God. And he will not stop. And his wife, Maggie, is an attorney. They have Substacks. So just look for THORP, and it's James Thorpe. But you'll find he's been on a lot of those Twitter spaces because he'll phone calls from patients and stuff. He just
I think I follow him.
Yeah, he's lovely.
I think I do too.
Yeah. One night I texted him. I said, Doc, you need to get some rest. You can only help so many people on these phone calls. But yeah, it was just some amazing things I've seen. But I'm so grateful I had that surgery and I had that time to recover. Yeah. And God bless my big brother. He came down. He's the one who died suddenly last year. But he came down from northern Indiana to keep an eye on me to make sure I didn't have to go to the ER or something after the surgery. And he stayed for about 5 days and then headed home because I was pretty much self-reliant by then. But oh boy, talk about pain. But yeah, that was. So to answer your question, I gave you a long Indiana Hoosier story tale, but that's what we do here. We just have to tell a whole backstory. But the point was, I was researching this and I'm going, coronavirus, that's the common cold. What are they talking about? Oh, no, it's going to kill you, isn't it? I said, well, I'm listening to Dr. Zelenko because he's been treating people with the flu as a family doctor forever. He goes, oh, yeah, this works. This is just like treating the flu or any other virus infection. We use ivermectin. We use hydroxychloroquine. We have them take zinc. We bump up their vitamin C. Bump it up and up. He goes, yeah, no, I'm keeping him out of the hospital. He only lost one patient. It was some 90-some-year-old lady that had a bunch of health problems. it was just like the last thing to tip her over the edge. But yeah, his patients didn't get ventilator murdered in the hospitals and get the remdesivir and everything else. So, and again, this is the other, I pray to God that RFK Jr. won't let up on this either. But the fact that it was so manipulated to obstruct and denigrate all of the well-established therapeutics that you can use for any garden variety flu, cold, virus, respiratory, because most of the problems, guys, it's from inflammation. It's the inflammatory response. And when your body just goes out of control.
Yeah, you got to take down the inflammation.
That's exactly. And you know about this, Rose. And it's like the cytokine storm is what really kind of put people over the edge to get them where their oxygen levels dropped. But instead of doing the right thing when they got to the hospital, they did the wrong thing. And
I know.
I don't know how you could do that and follow the CDC protocols and this and that when it went against your better judgment. And the doctors that refused to play ball all got canned right away. And they're the doctors behind all the, alternative health, independent doctor websites now, like Frontline Doctors. They just changed their name. It was flccc.net. Dr. Paul Merrick and like I said, these are all my colleagues. I got to meet them all at all these medical expos when I was exhibiting the Beamer, so I got to talk to them about all this stuff. But I was one of the first people on Facebook going, it's just common cold. And people that were around me going, how dare you? And
my good friend was doing that, saying that too. She's not even a doctor. And she's like,
I know, it's like gaslighting me and saying, look, I said, this is where people kind of like regret saying something to me because it's like, I got the receipts, You want to see the papers? You want to see the white paper from Pfizer? I got it all right here.
Yeah.
And I know how to assess this information. And I'm telling you, this is bad news. And I knew right away when I saw it was mRNA. And there's this, you guys know about this pro-life website that looks into medical stuff? It's called COG for Life.
Okay.
COG for Life, but it's Children of God for Life. And they were sounding the alarm early on about genetic vaccines. And they did it because they showed the development and testing of these were done with aborted baby cells. And then what do they find when you finally can get your hands on a vial and do a true scientific analysis years after they rolled it out? Because they wouldn't let people do that. They find that, there's human DNA in there. There's stuff in there that can cause cancer. Yeah, there's just, it's like they knew. Yeah. That's why they wanted to steal the records for 75 years so the entire generation that got genocided would all be died off and forget it. And thank God one ethical judge said, no, you're not going to do that. And we had enough courageous attorneys that did the FOIAs and kept suing and, the whole bunch of them. There's like a whole bunch of them that did this. So God bless every last one of them because, but yeah, it was, we knew, we sat here and we knew, and we were just muzzled. Like I said, I'm invisible. I'm like shadow banned. It's like, I don't even care, but if I got something to say, I'm going to say something that I back up with research because I'm a nerd. And my credibility from a medical legal standpoint, for doing medical reviews is that you can't just speculate. You can't just, make a claim. So when you said, hey, was COVID not that bad? It could be, but other illnesses are that bad. And here's the scary part. And one of the things that in one of our bi-weekly it's Medical Doctors for COVID Ethics International, you look them up on Rumble. If you go to CB Charles Barkley, no, that's not it, but CB KOVESS, go to that channel. All of our Zoom calls are up there.
Oh, okay.
And one of the guys on the panel, that shows up for all the calls, several of them actually have researched these, 5G, Wi-Fi, blue light screens, the whole 9 yards, and showing how these bad energies and their types of radiation can reproduce sickness similar to COVID. And I found more than one peer-reviewed scientific paper that said that the the lining of the blood vessels is called the endothelium.
Yeah.
And that in the autopsies of the people that died of COVID, the endothelial lining appeared similar to that is the damage caused by ionizing radiation.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard about that too. I've heard some like bits and pieces, but yeah, I'd like
Yeah.
to.
And what's interesting is like I go down my rabbit holes and I chase my squirrels down my science rabbit holes. We've got all these people around the world that have this area of their passionate interest. And when we all come together, the big picture is mind-boggling. And, you know, some people come on sometimes and they are just out to lunch. And others are saying very valid things and nobody's listening to them. It's just, it's kind of like, I say it's kind of like the dysfunctional family at Thanksgiving dinner where everybody's screaming and yelling at each other. And at the end, we all go, bye, we love you.
Yep.
Because people are passionate about what they believe. And some people don't even believe there's viruses. Okay.
Yep.
Or that viruses can. Now, one thing that I think most people and I didn't mean to hijack this call, but
no,
my skeptical, perspective on this is now I would hope that a more critical mass of people are no longer being gaslit by these scary CDC, this case of bird flu that came from a cow, from a bird, a virus just infected a guy in Mongolia, to try to start the next pandemic kind of thing. And then you got that creepy Peter Hotez infectious disease guy that's like Fauci's disciple that's taken over for him with the bow tie. I won't say what it looks like archetypically, but it's somebody you wouldn't want to let your kids near. And he point blank said, oh yeah, we got about 2 or 3 or 4 viruses lined up to roll out with pandemics like the day Trump takes office. He point blank said that. It's like, at what point are you going to believe that these so-called non-governmental public-private partnership academic research people aren't trying to kill us all?
Yeah.
And it's like what people were calling a Q conspiracy thing back in 2017. It's like, oh, you mean Alex Jones was right about everything?
Oh, yeah.
He did his homework. He brought the receipts. Look what they try to do to him. But again, sometimes you poke the wrong bear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, our dear talented friend John is going to always be a righteous man and a compassionate man and a consummate professional.
Yeah.
And as such, he really is so charitable. And I don't want to speak for him because I know he's been hurt badly and stabbed in the back and everything, but he's very forgiving too. He really walks the walk. And this is something that's really blossomed, like Jean mentioned to you guys. And so I really admire his integrity, perseverance, and we can all get a little down in the dumps sometimes, and he doesn't hesitate to tell me I'm full of shit. It's like, what the hell's right? And he's always given like just good street smarts advice about things, just in life in general. And he's very practical.
My phone was acting up.
So anyway, I think when you land with the right good people, and if you notice, you look at the quality of an individual by who stands with them.
Yeah.
And look at the quality of the people that have stood with John.
Yes.
And people, it's like some people call it the tribe. You find your tribe because a lot of families have been broken up and disrupted, and friendships and relationships, coworkers, because of people's perceived understanding of the world around them and whatever belief system they're in. And one of the things that we say in our COVID Medical Doctors for COVID Ethics group is, please be charitable to even the people that were obnoxious about this.
Yeah.
If they apologize, they repent, and they acknowledge the truth, and stop telling people you're going to kill grandma if you don't wear like a plastic bag and a mask and a hazmat suit, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, and then they show, you know, you see those videos, all these grandmas crying at the window. What killed grandma was a broken heart because she couldn't hold her family's hand.
Yep.
And
Yep.
that's the unforgivable sin.
That is.
And the demons that orchestrated all this, they all are going to have to answer.
Oh yeah.
All going to answer. And if
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not at this life, it will be instantaneously after their last breath. So they better get their ducks in a row.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And that's all I can say. I just, you know, I just pray to God that we can all keep our eye on the ball, and the ball is eternity and where we're going to end up. And that I'm since I'm older now, I'll be 65 in March. It's like right there in the headlights, especially after nearly dying most of my life with this airway obstruction. I didn't know it was that bad. You know, I just powered through my career and everything else in life, and then this happens. You know, so yeah, it's very humbling.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to wrap up and have any final thoughts? Like, John, do you have a final thought about John Schaefer being pardoned and about this?
I'm glad.
Day.
I'm glad he's been pardoned.
I'm so happy too.
Yeah, me too. I'm happy that it's been pardoned. Like I said, from the beginning, I believed it was all a bunch of just they were looking for a scapegoat, and they found one. And now it's you got these people that want to ruin people's lives for whatever reason because they get some kind of power trip out of it. But anyway, you know, I just want to let John know if he sees this that we love him. We love his music. He's a good person. And
I've been through a lot of good stuff, bad times.
People make mistakes, and that doesn't mean you have to be defined by those either.
Exactly. Exactly. Any final wrap up from you, Dar, about John?
Oh, just much love to my brother here, and that I pray for him every day. I pray for everybody every day, really, but especially that he continues to heal, that his family continues to heal and come together and be in good health, and that he continue following God's path, whatever it is, and whatever comes, because he knows where he's going, and I have all the confidence in the world. Even when this was happening in 2021, I remember like around March, because I was like just fasting and praying. Literally, it was insane. I fasted for 40 hours straight without even trying. I was just so sick to my stomach. But then I had, you know, when you do that, you get a sense of clarity. And the clarity was, I think God meant for this to happen. I literally was thinking that.
Yep.
And then when John finally got out and I got to see him, like it was a couple months later, when he got back to Indiana, he goes, Dar, you know, I kind of, while I was in jail, it just dawned on me that I think God meant for this to happen. I'm like, you kidding me? I was thinking the same thing. So yes, this is, you know, this is his plan. And we just got to say, I'm in, you know, or you could do what the first rebel did, you know, with his free will. He said, non serviam, I will not serve.
Yeah.
And St. Michael said, who is like God? Mikael is his name. That's what it means. Who is like God? And then, of course, this lower ranking angel is the one who's tasked with hurling Satan out of heaven and all his followers. You know, that's why St. Michael is such a powerful defender for all of us. And if anybody doesn't believe in the spiritual realm, just think of it as another dimension that is like part of our nature, and we're part of it, even if it's something we can't perceive with our limited physical capacity. Having that sense to know it's there. And I can tell you from the things I've seen in my medical career, I'm beyond doubt. People who say that doctors and scientists are atheists, it's like, if you really care about what you're doing and why you're doing it, and you're doing it for love, you see those miracles every single day.
Yeah.
Even if you're watching someone pass away, you could watch their soul leave their body and the peace that comes upon them. I saw it with my mom, you know, at her bedside. And most of these events get overlooked. So never take anything for granted. And I know John doesn't. And that's why we appreciate him and love him. And we're going to stand with him no matter what.
Absolutely.
right.
And I guess my final thought is I'm just so glad this is over. He can do whatever he wants.
Oh, yeah.
If he wants to be in a band and tour,
Yeah.
if he wants to retire, if he wants to travel overseas, if he wants to interstate travel, if he wants to do anything in the world, he can do it now. And God bless him. I'm so happy this is what it's come to. So
Yeah. It's, well, that old saying, whatever doesn't kill us makes us stronger.
absolutely. And I if he ever sees this, I just want to thank him for everything that he always put out there and taught us. And even through this whole situation, I think a bunch of us Iced Earth fans and John Schaefer fans and friends have all learned a lot, about what the government can do. I mean, and what how they can turn on you, and it's all just real life. And I'm so sorry he had to go through everything he had to go through, but I thank him for everything too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and just keep him in
Yep.
your prayers to prevail, along with all the other J6 pardonees.
Yep.
With the civil suit with DC, and pray for that attorney Racine to see the light and let this go away.
Yes.
Because
Oh, yes.
because he's going to start looking like the Black Knight in the Life of Brian that gets his limbs chopped off and keeps trying to fight. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, but I mean, this is the kind of thing.
My Python.
Yeah, Monty Python.
Yeah.
When people are like pursuing an exercise in futility just to persecute, literally, and yeah, what I wanted to finish with was that NPR article that I kept struggling to find.
Yeah, I got it.
Did you see that? I sent you the screenshot with the quote.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, where he says at the end of the NPR article that we want them to pay, and if they end up in bankruptcy and are financially ruined, then so be it.
Yep.
Then we will have prevailed. I don't know. The way he said it was so arrogant. Again, pride. Watch out for pride. Yeah, but it is just. And I saved that when I saw that because it was really unprofessional and militant. Yes. It was very militant and vindictive. And for, I would say his behavior on becoming a civil authority, Yeah. And it's hard to find that quote. I spent like 2 hours this morning looking for it because even on my phone, it's kind of hard to find stuff.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's what people have to remember about this civil suit and the motive. He says that his intentions behind it were specifically to bring these people to financial ruin to make a point.
That's what my dad said too.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
And it was dated December 14th,
2021.
2021. So that's it. And yeah, the article is about the legal tactic being used. And
maybe I will do my own reading of this article.
Yeah, and the title of the article is DC Attorney General sues Proud Boys, Booth Keepers over Jan 6 attack.
Yep. And
I think I posted on my X the court filing, and I addressed it to Trump, Pam Bondi, J.D. Vance, and asked that they stop this civil process because they have jurisdiction over the District of Columbia. It's directly underneath. It's a territory. Yeah. So the territorial authority is Congress. So Congress is paying for Racine to run amok.
Yep.
And he is, it's called malicious prosecution, an abuse of a statute for a particular political end that he so blatantly refused to use on Antifa and BLM when they were actually burning the city down and killing people.
Yeah.
6 months before that.
And I have a lawsuit up on my website too. And if anybody's interested, most people have my information on Facebook, or you could find me on X or Instagram. But if you want to write a letter, we could start writing letters to the White House about this.
Definitely. And here we're seeing, here's the money quote. Some of the articles ended with this. And this is what made me furious. I think the damages are substantial, Racine said in an interview. If it so happens that it bankrupts or puts these individuals and entities in financial peril, so be it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think there was another part to that quote that I found in that another. Yes, you're talking about wherever the evidence may lead. But the one NPR, you can find this article, the whole article, and it's not behind a paywall. So
Yep.
I encourage everybody to dig it up. And we got the date, December 14th, 2021, right?
I'll post it publicly too.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. You're better at that than I am. This stuff I can't even get a credit card annual report without spending 2 hours of my life that I'll never get back. And I have like 6 or 7 more annual reports to generate. So I'll be like sitting at my computer, be one of those skeletons, Daria trying to get a report out of her computer,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just.
It's been like a party in here tonight.
Yeah.
Oh my
It was
goodness,
fun.
yes. So, well, God bless you guys, and thanks. And
Yep.
I love you all so much. And just let's everybody pass the love on to everyone else and pray for
Oh, yeah.
healing. I always ask God to convert the sinners, heal the sick, save the souls, and bless our planet. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen.
Absolutely.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yep.
And we can ask for intercession for those that are already in heaven to pray for us as well. So
Yep.
Yeah,
if
absolutely.
anybody gives you a hard time about that, you know who's got the receipts.
That's right.
Exactly.
If anybody wants to have that, and I there are way smarter people than me who have enlightened me on this issue, but we can totally uphold biblically these tenets.
Absolutely.
100%. And so anybody that tries to throw rocks at us, bring it.
That's right.
I mean, St. Paul and St. Luke got rocks thrown at them, didn't they?
Yep.
Yes, they did.
And
But I was going to say, so if we do this again sometime, you're more than welcome to come back.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely.
many
I'll have to
thanks.
come back
Absolutely.
too.
Rose can, you tap me and just let me know when it is. Like I'm pushing my grocery cart.
I wasn't thinking ahead of time. I didn't know we were inviting a bunch of people. So
Yeah.
Oh, this is so much
I had fun.
I had
Yeah.
a great
I had
time.
fun.
Yep.
Well, you guys have a great time. And Rose, I don't know how you guys with the big microphones and everything, you're amazing. I mean, I'm just like,
I'm using my
thank God
phone.
my iPad has a good microphone.
Yeah.
Well, it was great. It was great talking to you guys. Have
Yeah,
a wonderful night.
Yep.
Absolutely.
You
And have a
too.
blessed
All right.
weekend.
Night,
bless
everybody.
Bye.
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 All right.